Chapter 2882. But you are now the successor of the Phoenix token, the successor of the ancient Phoenix. Xiao Hua saw that he had successfully changed the topic, so he said earnestly, "You have to know. Think about it. Isn't it strange that your Kai clan's ancestral temple is in the millions of Meng Mountains? Sigh, there must be a path in front of the mountain." Fairy Hong Xia sighed. "There are too many secrets in this world. I don't want to know too much. To be able to protect my husband and accompany my husband to roam the Xiaoyu continent is enough for me to live a happy life." Xiao Hua smiled. His heart was filled with sweetness. This small wish, he would be able to satisfy Fairy Hong Xia. Husband. Fairy Hong Xia's head tilted in front of Xiao Hua's chest. Although her figure was slender, standing beside Xiao Hua, she could only touch his chest. "What's wrong?" Xiao Hua replied in a low voice. "Under the flying boat, there are hundreds of starving natives." Fairy Hong Xia hesitated for a moment, then said, "Along the way, I have seen at least 10,000 people. I saw that you were repairing your spiritual sense, so I did not dare to disturb you. But there are too many dead people. I have not seen cannibalism before, but I have also seen it. That seed of yours, is it useful? 10,000 people?" Xiao Hua's heart trembled. Yes, 10,000 people, although these lives belonged to the natives and had nothing to do with Xiao Hua. But Xiao Hua could not help but feel heartache. As for Fairy Hong Xia, she could ignore the death of Grandmaster Qing Ming, and dozens of others. However, when she saw tens of thousands of people starving to death, Fairy Hong Xia could not help but remind Xiao Hua of this. "Senior Brother Li, stop the flying boat," Xiao Hua ordered without hesitation. Poor Li Zongbao. He was a famous cultivator in the Sword Dao battle. He was also known as the #1 late Foundation establishment cultivator under the Golden Core stage. Now he was only reduced to being in charge of the Flowing Cloud flying ship. Moreover, after hearing Xiao Hua's orders, Li Zongbao naturally stopped. The flying ship slowly descended and stopped on a gentle slope. "Big brother." Xiao Mao left Ziming and ran over. "Is there anything strange?" "No." Xiao Hua jumped down from the flying boat and jumped in front of the few starving natives. Using his weak soul sense, Xiao Hua already understood that these natives were really starving to death. They were not like Chiechio, who fainted from hunger. These natives, are they the people of Hotu village or the people of Shibai village? Xiao Hua asked in a deep voice. "Look here." Ziming pointed at the Aborigines' chest and said, "If you have the soul pattern of great god Shibai or the sacred beast of Shibai village, then you are a citizen of Shibai village." Ziming was pointing at two curved green snakes with frightening mouths and long tongues. Needless to say, they were the two snakes on god Shibai's ears. They should be the people of Shibai village. Xiao Mao bit his lips and said, I've been watching for dozens of days. What do you think?" Xiao Hua ignored Xiao Mao's explanation. However, Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. "Big brother, what can I do? Although I have just grasped the power of the bloodline, I am still very far away from mastering it. Even Hamba is still far away from being able to control the weather." At this point, Xiao Mao's eyes suddenly lit up and he said happily, "Could it be Big brother still has a lot of millet seeds?" Sigh, naturally not a lot. Xiao Hua sighed. "However, if I see these natives starve to death one by one, I can't bear it. If you don't have a lot of millet seeds, then you can only bear the pain." Ziming said from the side, "In order to save more people, the millet seeds must not be wasted." During this period of time, Xiao Hua had been harvesting the millet seeds in his space. His primordial spirit was already very nimble and was no different from an ordinary person. However, because he had been working all along, Xiao Hua did not try to use his primordial spirit to cast any spells. Since he already had enough millet seeds, Xiao Hua decided to use them to solve his urgent need. "Let's do some things along the way." Xiao Hua took out a storage pouch and said, "Big brother has a plan in mind, and we'll keep some." "All right." Xiao Mao took it and looked at Ziming. "Miss Ziming, let's go together." "Together?" Ming did not understand. There's no need to deliberately sow seeds. Xiao Hua believed in the survival ability of these millet seeds. He chuckled and threw 100 millet seeds on the dry land. Fellow Taoist Xiao, isn't it too wasteful? Ming looked at the millet seeds with some heartache. Sigh, we can only do this. Xiao Hua sighed. Even if someone comes and picks up these millet seeds, they can still live. All right, I understand. Ming understood Xiao Hua's painstaking efforts. However, Xiao Mao was a bit hesitant. Such actions, I'm afraid no one will know that it is Taoist Zhao's doing. The heavens are watching what people do. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Human life is the most important. In this situation, this Xiao still thinks of false reputation. How would I dare to call myself Taoist Xiao? Xiao Mao. Ming, I'm afraid it is not suitable for you to say that these millet seeds were obtained from Taoist Xiao. Fairy Hong Xia said with a light laugh. That's right. Ming nodded. If the people of Hutu Stronghold know that these are the millet seeds of a cultivator, I'm afraid there will be great waves. But the people of Bailu Stronghold probably already know by now, right? Xiao Mao immediately understood. Bailu Stronghold's elder Wu won't be so rash. Ming smiled. Young Master Xiao, please rest assured. At this moment, Xiao Hua also understood. Even if he sent these millet seeds to Hutu Stronghold and Shi by Stronghold's elder Wu and G-Man, they would probably have to consider it. The impact of this would be too far-reaching. Using a cultivator's millet seeds to save the people of the 12 great gods, this plan would definitely become one of the countless secrets in Meng Mountains. People always think too much and think too much for themselves. Xiao Hua was helpless. He didn't want to be the Fortune Gate's gate master because of this reason. A person's heart was big enough to accommodate the world. Instead of scheming against others, it was better to take a step back and wander freely in the sky. I can only wrong Big Brother. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. What's wrong with me? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said, both of them were picked up. This merit was also given to me by Hutu Great God and Shi by Great God, so why can't I give it to them? Actually, Big Brother can also help, Xiao Mao said with a smile. Those talismans that can make rain are excellent. They even have the ability to restrain the power of this little brother's bloodline. Big Brother can refine more of them and make the people of Meng Mountains see you as a god. Not bad. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and suddenly understood. During this period of time, he had been thinking about tempering his soul's sense, Li Zhongbao's injuries, and his own divine sense. He had forgotten his original intention when he first met Grandmaster Qin Qin, using soul power to enunciate the Green Seal characters. That was the true art of moving clouds and summoning rain. But that's using life essence, which is the life essence of the body, and the lifespan as the price. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his head and asked, Zai, I remember giving you 4 rejuvenation pills that day. Do you still have any on you? Yes. Zai did not hesitate to clap his hands and took out a jade box. I gave one to Elder Wu, one for myself, and one for Grandmaster Qin Qin. I still have one left. Oh, is this for G-Man? Xiao Hua was a little surprised if it's related to Zai's future. At this point, Fairy Hong Xia touched Xiao Hua with her hand, as if to remind Xiao Hua of something. Seeing this, Ming said generously, if G-Man takes the rejuvenation pill, how can I covet G-Man's position? This one is for Zai. Xiao Hua immediately understood, but he was a little confused and asked, Zai, G-Man isn't your... This G-Man is not the G-Man from before. At this point, Ming didn't explain any further. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua immediately understood why Hutu Stronghold had a fight for the air. However, at this point, everyone's eyes flashed with a kind of understanding, and Fairy Hong Xia almost shouted, Sister, that Grandmaster Qin Qin's rejuvenation pill. That's right. Ming's eyes flashed with resentment. Grandmaster Qin Qin must have been harmed by Ziyan. This concubine presented the rejuvenation pill in front of Elder Wu and G-Man, stating that there was only one of it and that G-Man could not obtain it. Naturally, she would have some complaints. Although she did not say anything on the surface and even praised this concubine does not know what she ordered Ziyin to do. Grandmaster Qin Qin's rejuvenation pill must have been sent back to Hutu's stronghold immediately after Ziyin obtained it. Forget it. Xiao Hua heard this and waved his hand. This item is Zai's. You can keep it for now. If I need it before refining it, I will borrow it first. Otherwise, I will not ask for it again. Okay. Zi Ming and Xiao Hua did not hesitate, and with a flip of their hands, they kept the rejuvenation pill in their soul nest. Next, the flying boat rose into the sky again, but the flying speed was slowed down. In addition to Li Zongbao driving the flying boat, Xiao Mao, Zi Ming, and Fairy Hongxia all released their spirit sense, and whenever they saw natives or shaman strongholds, the three of them would send out the seeds. Naturally, if it was the people of Shibai's stronghold, Xiao Mao would appear, and if it was the people of Huda's stronghold, Zi Ming would appear. As for Xiao Hua, he just sat cross-legged in a corner of the flying boat and released his spirit sense, looking for soul power in Grandmaster Qin Qin's soul nest. In the space, the human-shaped primordial spirit had stopped farming and began to sit cross-legged like Xiao Hua outside the space, and began to try to cast spells. Naturally, the primordial spirit's first attempt was the fireball spell that Xiao Hua was most familiar with. Xiao Hua did not dare to let the primordial spirit cause trouble near the spiritual herbs and seeds, so he threw it far away in a barren place in the space, and let it cause trouble. Chapter 2883. Xiao Hua watched as the primordial spirit waved the familiar hand signs, but there was no movement. He understood that this must be another difficult exploration, and it was fundamentally different from planting spirit herbs. Thus, he pulled his mind out of the space and began his own comprehension. However, just before his mind left, he saw the soul of the three-legged bird again. This thing was the soul essence of the spirit treasure in the short spirit warrior's hand, and it almost killed Xiao Hua. Its power and mystery were self-evident. However, when Xiao Hua was comprehending the pronunciation of the green seal text, he still didn't think of the use of this soul essence. In the following days, the flowing cloud airship flew deeper into the Meng Mountains, and the number of spirit warriors and spirit beasts they encountered gradually increased. However, with Ziming's face and her shaman token, they didn't encounter any trouble. However, Ziming was finally annoyed. After all, she had to explain every time and stop every time. Wasn't a waste of time? Thus, under Ziming's request, everyone had no choice but to change to a spirit beast. Looking at the incomparably large spirit beast, Xiao Mao couldn't help but think of the deceased Xie Qi and the two green shaman feathers, and hatred arose in his heart. He thought of Ziyin, who was killed by his drought demon. That night rain was supposed to kill him with Ziyin, and he didn't know why night rain didn't continue to pursue him that day. Otherwise, he could have killed him with drought demon's power. Perhaps it's just ahead. This Xiao can't avoid facing him directly, and this Xiao can't avoid facing the things that have already happened. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with determination. After all, this Xiao Mao is not the Xiao Mao of the past. With Big Brother, Drought Demon, and the support of Great God Shi Bai's people, I am the Emperor. No one dares to disobey my orders. The body of the spirit beast Zi Ming got from the unknown shaman stronghold was probably dozens of feet in size, and with its wings, it was hundreds of feet in size. This was something Xiao Hua had never seen before. Sitting on the back of this soul beast, it seemed to be even steadier than the flowing cloud flying ship. However, compared to the flying ship, this soul beast didn't have any arrays on its back. The whistling heavenly wind that rushed into his mouth and nose made him very uncomfortable. Of course, everyone's protective yellow talismans and Ziming's protective soul technique were all activated, so these hardships were not a problem. Dozens of days later, a continuous mountain range appeared in the distant horizon. Ziming's face showed a trace of joy. He pointed his finger and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, the Hutu village is in front of us. I haven't been back for several years." Oh, could it be that I didn't go directly from Hutu stronghold to Grandmaster in I Chin's place? Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Of course not. Ziming covered his mouth and laughed. Otherwise, how could I not know about the drought demon? How could he not know that Ziyin had invited the 9 divine guards? At this point, Ziming's smile gradually faded. He looked into the distance and said, "However, I don't know what's going on in the Hutu stronghold. How did that damnable Ziyin know my whereabouts, and even arranged such a meticulous sneak attack? We'll know when we get back." Xiao Hua smiled. "That's true." Ziming looked back at Xiao Mao and said to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've already discussed with young Master Xiao. Today, when we go to the Hutu stronghold, we won't reveal your identities for the time being. You are all young Master Zhao's senior brothers and sisters, and you came to Ming Mountains to protect him. When young Master Zhao's identity is confirmed, and he gets the approval of Old Wu and G-Man, his matter will naturally be easy to handle." "Of course, no problem." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "We are his senior brothers and sisters." Hee. Young Master Xiao is naturally a bargaining chip for me. When I find an opportunity to light up the soul falling lamp, I will do my best to support young Master Xiao," Ziming said with a smile. "No problem. Everything will be according to our previous discussion." Xiao Mao nodded. "When we get here, we will follow Miss Ziming's lead." The soul beast under Xiao Hua's feet was called the Kuan Horizon. With a flap of its wings, it flew across several miles. Seeing that the mountain range was getting closer, the Kuan Horizon let out a long cry that traveled several miles. Not long after, several soul beasts flew out from the mountain range. They were all controlled by spirit warriors. These soul beasts came to welcome them. When they saw Ziming standing in front, they all respectfully saluted. Then, some of the soul beasts led the way, while others guarded the left side of the Kuan Horizon. When they gradually entered the mountain range, Xiao Hua was stunned. Looking at Fairy Hong Xia, who was also stunned, Xiao Hua asked with a bitter smile, "Zi, this is the shaman stronghold in Ming Mountains? Is this the Hutu stronghold where the descendants of the great god Hutu live?" Of course," Ziming replied with a smile. Her eyes flashed with a hint of slyness, as if she was very satisfied with everyone's astonishment. She asked, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao thinks that only the 3 kingdoms of cultivators have such beautiful scenery? That only cultivators like you can live in such an elegant palace?" This, of course not. Xiao Hua was a little speechless. Pointing at the endless palaces and pavilions in the mountain range, he said, "But it's called a shaman stronghold, so it should look like a mountain stronghold, right?" "That's right." As far as everyone's eyes could see, there were several continuous mountain ranges. Within these mountain ranges, there were dozens of towering peaks. Whether it was these steep peaks or the slightly flat mountain ranges, there were palaces and pavilions of different sizes on them. These palaces and pavilions seemed to be very simple in style. It was very different from the style of the Imperial Thunder School and the Utmost Happiness School. However, these palaces and pavilions had a kind of elegance, a kind of delicacy, and a kind of indescribable charm. How was this the scene they saw in Bayan Stronghold? Of course, it was beyond their expectations. Who said that a mountain stronghold has to be a stronghold? Who said that palaces and pavilions can't be called a stronghold? Ziming asked mischievously. "Sister, you should have told us earlier, so that we could be prepared." Hongxiao Fairy said with a smile. "I wanted to tell you, but I didn't know where to start." Ziming said with a smile. "However, when I was in Sentry City, I heard a lot about the barbarians of Ming Mountain. If I had told you earlier, would you have thought that I was showing off?" Let's not talk about this." Xiao Hua waved his hand. After taking a closer look, he said with a smile, "Look at the left side of the mountain range. Although the water flow has almost disappeared, there must have been water in the mountains and stones in the water. Even the water villages in Shi country can't compare to this, right?" Alas, that's true. Ming sighed. When this concubine was young, I played in the water with this midnight. Those big and small streams, high and low waterfalls, and the continuous fine grass like brocade, and the lush forest like spring. It's really a memory that makes one reluctant to part with. Now, although the wizards and elders in the stronghold have used their magical powers to preserve the previous relics, but it's not as beautiful as before. Ming was right. In the vicinity of the mountain range, around the gurgling stream, there were many dry depressions crisscrossing one another. They looked a little rugged, like old scars on a person's body. On the mountain peak, there were obvious traces of erosion by the waterfall. That's right, at this moment, only the dried moss had withered and turned yellow, even forming an ugly layer. From afar, it looked like scars on a person's face, destroying the beauty of the mountain range. Alas, the vicissitudes of life are the power of the heavenly way. This is just a small part of it. Xiaohua was a little emotional and sighed in a low voice. While they were talking, they had already flown to the foot of the mountain. The area at the foot of the mountain was very large. Most of the places were deep valleys. Only the side close to the mountain peak had a flat slope of about 100 feet. At the edge of this flat slope, there were still some pavilions and pavilions built with thick logs. It seemed like these valleys were originally deep ponds, and these pavilions were built to welcome guests next to the ponds. The Kuenya landed on the ground and retracted his wings. The spirit warrior who was leading the way and the other spirit warriors who were escorting the Kuenya all dismounted from their soul beasts and flew down. The dozen or so spirit warriors arranged themselves in an elegant formation in front of the Kuenya. The spirit warriors at the front stepped forward and bowed. Young Miss, Xiaohua was a little stunned. The accent of this soul warrior was completely different from the language of the millions of people in Ming Mountain. It was also different from the language of the 3 cultivation countries of Xiaoyu continent. However, there were some similarities and it was easy to distinguish. Ming nodded slightly and gave a few more instructions about Kuenya. Finally, she pointed at Xiao Mao and said, "This is the honored guest of Shibai village. The cultivators next to him are his martial brothers. Arrange a quiet room and report to Senior Wu first. I will take them to the guest hall to greet Senior Wu." "Yes, miss," the soul warrior respectfully replied, but then he immediately smiled and said, "However, Senior Wu is not in Hotu village right now. Only Senior G-Man is in the village." "Oh." Ming was a little surprised. She stopped and asked curiously, "Where did Senior Wu go? He hasn't left Wu village for dozens of years. Why did he suddenly?" "Yes, Miss knows." The soul warrior still smiled and replied, "Senior Wu left Hotu village half a year ago. As for where he went, this little one doesn't know. Is there anything else going on in the village?" Ming stared at the soul warrior and asked. The soul warrior was stunned and looked at Ming in confusion. After a while, he said, "Besides sending soul warriors to Drifting Cloud Lake and other places, there is nothing special. In addition, the drought is too serious. Many Senior Wu and G-Man of Wu Village have gone to Hotu Village to discuss countermeasures with G-Man." And Ming frowned and asked, "Is there anything else about the drought?" "Oh." And young Master Yin brought his subordinates to the vicinity of Shiwen Mountain. It is said that there's a monster that caused the drought there. The soul warrior seemed to have thought of something and quickly answered. Chapter 2884. Then is Lil Six back yet? Ming was about to leave when he heard that. However, after taking a step forward, he asked casually, "Young Master Yin hasn't returned yet, and I didn't receive any message." The soul warrior quickly replied, "Good." Ming nodded with a trace of hesitation on his face. He turned to look at Xiaohua and the others, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Ming's expression, Xiaohua came to a realization and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Elder Wu is not here, and G-Man is the leader of this Hotu stronghold. We should avoid her for now." Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. He didn't answer Xiaohua and instructed the soul warrior, "Go and report to G-Man tell her about my return, and see if she can receive the guests in the reception hall. Yes, I understand. The soul warrior didn't dare to delay and went forward. Seeing that the soul warrior had gone far, Xiaohua whispered again. It seems that the several hundred soul warriors led by Ziyin haven't returned yet. Presumably, that bastard used the pretext of killing Hamba to bring the divine guards and soul warriors out. I wonder if G-Man knows that Ziyin's target is you. Moreover, those soul warriors have seen us in Hamba. Now, G-Man is the only one left in this Hutu stronghold. Without Elder Wu's protection, Ziming thought for a while and smiled bitterly. As far as I know, Elder Wu has never left the Hutu stronghold. Who knows why he went out this time? Since I have returned to the Hutu stronghold, there is no reason not to go in, right? As for whether G-Man knows Ziyan's goal, I can't tell. After all, G-Man has been good to us since we were young. She didn't even ask for the soul-falling lantern. I can't tell before I get the memories of the demon. Then, Ziming looked at the vermilion door on the slope and said word by word, I can only gamble now. After the gamble, Xiao Lu will be possessed by the demon, and G-Man won't fall into the trap by relying on our Meng Mountain soul technique. All right, Xiao Hua nodded. Actually, it's not that easy to be possessed by a demon. I'll have to test fellow Zhao's depth again. Ziming said faintly as he brought Xiao Hua and the others to the Vermilion Gate. Xiao Hua raised his head and saw that the Vermilion Gate was several zhang in size. It was very grand, and it was only a simple red color. It looked very flat, but this red color was extremely strange. When he glanced at it, he actually felt like his entire body was being sucked in. Around the Vermilion Door were several buildings of the same color. These buildings were painted with strange runes. Aside from the runes, there were also some fist-sized diagrams. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that these fist-sized diagrams actually contained extremely complicated and minute stories. These stories contained natives, soul warriors, strange soul beasts, and even the image of a great god that radiated light in all directions. Withdrawing his gaze from these places, Xiao Hua slightly paused his steps and said with a smile, Where there's water, you have to test its depth. Otherwise, you'll never be able to walk through this water. Junior brother Xiao, you are today's main character. This Xiao will be ranked behind senior brother Li. All right. Big brother. Xiao Mao was used to walking behind Li Zongbao and the others. When he heard Ziming's words, he quickly walked behind Ziming. Li Zongbao also strode over without saying anything. Sigh. I've never felt that this step was so difficult. No one knows if this step will lead to life or death. After Ziming sighed, his voice was very heavy. He lifted his foot and stepped over the Vermilion Door that was even higher than his knee. Once you step over, you'll be able to see the vast sea and sky. Xiao Mao behind Ziming said with deep meaning. Not necessarily. Ziming had already entered the Vermilion Door. Looking at the huge square behind the Vermilion Door, he said, Yes, I've stepped over, but who knows if I'll be facing a calm sea or an ocean with monstrous waves. Xiao Hua listened from behind and sighed. Wasn't that right? Previously, Ziming only wanted to light up the soul-falling lamp and fight for his position as G-Man and find a chance to resurrect Zai. But now, Ziyan's move tore apart their familial relationship. Only now did Ziming see that the peaceful Hutu stronghold not only had to face the upheaval of millions of Meng Mountains, but also had to face the test of familial love and the cruelty of power. Perhaps Ziyin was no longer the Ziyin of the past, but what about familial love? Was it still the same familial love as before? Walking through the square and passing through several palaces, Xiao Hua felt as if he had returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even the elegance and splendor of the palaces and pavilions were far from comparable to the 8 great thunder palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Looking at Li Zongbao, he also had a look of astonishment on his face. Yes, this was only the Hutu stronghold. Just the aura of this palace alone was enough to suppress the utmost happiness faction in the Imperial Thunder Sect. These millions of Meng Mountains, TSK, they're really uncivilized. There is a magnificent palace in front of them, and there were some spirit warriors patrolling in front of the gate. Ziming pointed her finger and said, "In front of us is the welcoming hall of our Hutu stronghold. Whenever a distinguished guest arrives, Elder Wu and G-Man will receive them in this hall. Young Master Xiao is the descendant of the great god Shibai, and even Hamba is loyal to you. In the future, you'll be the famous Elder Wu of Meng Mountains. You're worthy of our Hutu stronghold's welcoming hall." "Thank you, Ziming." Xiao Mao's face showed a smile. However, when Ziming brought Xiao Mao to the front of the welcoming hall, the Vermilion Gate didn't open. Instead, the spirit warrior who sent the message earlier stood there awkwardly. He bowed and said, "Reporting to Miss, G-Man invites young Master Xiao to the Huai Xian Pavilion. She's there to receive young Master Xiao." "Huai Xian Pavilion?" Ziming stared blankly, and a trace of displeasure appeared on her face. "Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll go out to patrol." The spirit warrior hurriedly excused himself. "Go." Ziming waved her hand and ordered indifferently. After the spirit warrior left, Ziming smiled apologetically and said, "Young Master Xiao, I was too full of myself. It doesn't matter. Anywhere is fine. Right now, I'm not a legitimate person. Meeting G-Man is the same as meeting an elder. I don't have any objections." Xiao Mao hurriedly comforted. "All right." Ziming bit her lips and said, "The Huai Xian Pavilion is the place where G-Man receives G-Man from the Hutu stronghold. G-Man's actions seem to be, 'We'll know when we get there.'" Xiao Mao was a bit displeased, but he couldn't say anything. Sure enough, the Huai Xian Pavilion was much smaller than the welcoming hall. It was only a 2-story pavilion by the side of the mountain. Moreover, there were thick trees under the pavilion, and there wasn't a stream of water. It looked a bit simple and crude. Walking along the winding corridor in front of Huai Xian Pavilion to the front of the small building, several servant girls with slightly dark skin bowed in greeting. Ziming and the others tidied up their clothes and went downstairs under the guidance of the servant girls. It was an exquisite room about 100 feet in size. There were some animal skins on the walls, some strange decorations, and some calligraphy and paintings. Following Li Zongbao into the pavilion, Xiao Mao's eyes swept across the room and landed on the calligraphy and paintings. He couldn't help but gasp. The animal skins and decorations were fine, as they all carried the aura of millions of Meng Mountains. But these calligraphy and paintings were all inscriptions, and not a single one was green seal script. Confucian cultivators? Thinking of the strange scenery of the Hutu stronghold, Xiao Hua suddenly understood that there were not only soul cultivators in the Hutu stronghold, but also Confucian cultivators. It's a mess. Xiao Hua sighed and retracted his gaze. He was about to raise his head and look at the ceiling of the room. "Ziming, you're back? How's the harvest?" A kind voice came from above, and Xiao Hua's gaze also fell on that direction. Sitting at the ceiling of the room was an old woman with snow-white hair. This old woman was quite tall. Although she was sitting cross-legged on the floor, she looked as tall as an ordinary person. The old woman's face didn't have many wrinkles, and there was a layer of faint luster. She looked similar to a middle-aged woman, but this luster was somewhat dark. Together with the old woman's skin that was not white, it was somewhat similar to the old woman's black clothes. However, the old woman's face was very kind, and together with her kind voice, it gave people a feeling of amiability. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across G-Man, and his heart thumped. Immediately, he felt a sense of vigilance. Yes, although Xiao Hua didn't use his divine sense to investigate, he knew that his magic might not be able to see the depth of this G-Man's cultivation base. This G-Man just sat there quietly, no different from an ordinary old woman. She didn't have the ethereal figure of the experts of the Tao sect, and also didn't have the feeling that her aura couldn't be measured. However, it was this kind of real existence that made Xiao Hua feel like he was looking up at a tall mountain. This was just a feeling, a reason that couldn't be explained. This was the first expert that Xiao Hua met since he entered Million Meng Mountains, whose cultivation base he couldn't measure. Xiao Hua felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart, as if even if he wanted to fight with this G-man, he didn't know how to do it. Xiaohua only took a glance and immediately lowered his head. After all, today's main character was Xiao Mao. Reporting to G-man, Ziming didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. Boy has a great harvest this time. Oh, the old woman raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, could it be that you have the confidence to ignite the soul-setting lamp? That's right, Ziming said with a smile. Boy has obtained a secret technique, and now he has the confidence to ignite the soul-setting lamp. Oh, there's such a secret technique in this world. It can actually ignite the soul-setting lamp? The old woman said with a smile. This is really an eye-opener for this old woman. Ziming bit his lips, thought for a moment, then bowed and said, reporting to G-Man, boy. Previously, he hid something from G-Man. That soul-setting lamp is actually damaged. This time, Boy went to the soul refining cave and asked Grandmaster Huaqin to repair the soul-setting lamp. The old woman's expression didn't change at all. She still smiled and said, Huaqin finally made a move? Unfortunately, this is the third time he repaired a soul treasure. I'm afraid he has already returned to the embrace of great God Ho Tu. Ziming's eyes flashed and said word by word, Grandmaster Huaqin has returned to the embrace of great God Ho Tu's day. But he was touched by great God Ho Tu's compassion for the people of Meng Mountains. So, during great God Ho Tu's sacrificial night, she took him into her embrace. Oh, the old woman raised her eyebrows. She actually put her palms together and said to the sky, Thank you, great God Ho Tu's day. As expected, great God has opened her eyes and allowed Huaqin to have a good ending. Chapter 2885. Ziming opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. After the old woman finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Mao and smiled. This is the child with the bloodline of the great god Shibai. Junior, Xiao Mao greets G-Man. Xiao Mao quickly bowed. Li Zongbao and the others, who had been waiting for an opportunity, also quickly bowed. Yes, G-Man, Ziming was a little impatient when he saw G-Man and actually forgot his etiquette. Only now did he come to his senses and hurriedly introduced, This is Xiao Mao. These are his senior brothers and sisters from the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Then, Ziming told her the names of the 3 people. Obviously, G-Man was only interested in Xiao Mao. His gaze swept past Li Zongbao and the others before landing on Xiao Mao alone. He seemed to be scrutinizing him, and after a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and said something strange. Naturally, Xiao Mao responded calmly. The two of them talked for a while, then G-Man frowned and stopped. She looked away, as if she was thinking about something. G-Man, Ziming knew that Xiao Hua and the others couldn't understand, so she whispered, After asking for so long, can you confirm that Xiao Mao is the descendant of G-Man? Humph. G-Man glanced at Ziming and said coldly, He doesn't have any impression of his mother, and according to him, ever since he was born, his mother and father were by his side. According to what I know, for the last 100 years, no patriarch Wu and G-Man from Shibai village had ever left Meng Mountains. Also, according to Xiao Mao's age, he might be related to the current G-Man of Shibai village, but G-Man doesn't have any children. Ziming was a little stunned. She thought that even if she didn't know the secret of Shibai village, her G-Man would know. Who knew that G-Man also didn't know about Xiao Mao's background? Looking again, Xiao Mao was also at a loss. It was as if he had fallen into a fog. But Xiao Mao's shaman? Ziming asked. G-Man also said curiously, Yes, this is also what I don't understand. Xiao Mao's bloodline is extremely pure. From the looks of it, it is even purer than the current G-Man of Shibai village. His mother or father, who exactly is it? Upon hearing this, Ziming seized the opportunity to ask, G-Man, isn't the nether passage mirror in my Hutu stronghold able to see the state of the netherworld? Boy, I remember that treasure hasn't been used for many years, right? Yes, that's true. If I can see Xiao Mao's mother or father's face, perhaps I can think of something. G-Man nodded his head slightly, but he gave Ziming a glance and said with a deep voice, Ziming, even though Xiao Mao is the descendant of the great god Shibai, he doesn't have anyone to rely on in Meng Mountains. With just his 3 senior martial brothers and senior martial sister, I'm afraid it's harder for him to earn a place for himself in Shibai village, let alone wanting to be like you. However, at this point, he hurriedly smiled and said, Of course, even if Xiao Mao can't obtain the position of Elder Wu in Shibai village, there is still a suitable place for him in Tian Tian village. Upon hearing this, Ziming's face turned awkward, while Xiao Mao's lips curled into a wry smile. G-Man, Ziming rolled his eyes and said, Boy, it took a lot of effort to repair the soul-setting lamp, and I wish to light it up as soon as possible. G-Man, please make the decision and see when we can start the ceremony. Lighting up the soul-setting lamp is an important matter for our Hutu stronghold. We can't be reckless. Unexpectedly, G-Man waved her hand and said, Elder Wu is not in Hutu's stronghold now, and even Ziyin has gone out to kill the ferocious beasts. If I start the ceremony in a hurry, not only will it be unjustified, it will also be unfair to Ziyin, right? Then where did Elder Wu go? Will he be back? Ziming asked. Elder Wu received the Witch King's order and went to Witch God Ridge. Although he didn't say anything, I guess it's because of the change of the weather in Meng Mountains. G-Man didn't hide anything from Ziming and explained, All the elders are helpless about the change of the weather. I'm afraid it's hard for them to come up with a solution. As for when Elder Wu will be back, it's hard to say. I see. If Elder Wu was here, Ziming would definitely tell him about the millet seed. But facing G-Man, Ziming couldn't help but keep her guard up. Moreover, she also knew that Ziyin would never be able to come back. This soul-lost lamp lighting ceremony couldn't be started in G-Man's hands, so she could only wait for Elder Wu to come back. Boy, are you going to bring Xiao Mao to the ancestral shrine now? Ziming asked tentatively. After Xiao Mao uses the Netherlink mirror, Boy will bring the troops to Xiaowen Mountain. Xiao Mao is the descendant of great god Shibai. It's not appropriate for him to meet the sacred beast of Hutu stronghold. G-Man waved her hand and said, If he offends the sacred beast, we can't bear the responsibility. As for Xiaowen Mountain, it's up to you. It's good that you can help Little Six. Yes, Boy understands. Boy, take out the Netherlink mirror. Ziming nodded. G-Man hesitated for a moment, then said, Since your soul-setting lamp has been fixed, Ziye's matter should be made public. There have been a lot of rumors over the years. Yes, Boy understands, Ziming replied. Also, G-Man continued, This is your last chance to light up the soul-setting lamp. If you can't light it up, the chance will be given to Ziyin. Otherwise, it will be too unfair to him. Yes, Boy understands. Ziming's expression didn't change. If there's nothing else, Boy will take his leave. You can all go now. G-Man nodded. However, this old woman has to remind you. Regarding Shibai stronghold, don't get too involved. Otherwise, it won't be good for you or our Hutu stronghold. Yes, Boy will be careful. Go. Bathe for 3 days before entering the ancestral shrine. Don't offend the sacred beast. G-Man waved her hand and reminded them. After Ziming and the others bowed and left, G-Man frowned as she looked at their backs. She clapped her hands and called, Men. Yes, G-Man. A servant girl hurried into Huai Xian Pavilion. Send the palace guards out to take a look. Young Master Ziyin has been in Xiaowen Mountain for so long. Why hasn't he sent back any message? Ziming is back. Why hasn't he come back? If he doesn't come back soon, there will be no place for him in Hutu stronghold. Yes, this servant understands. The servant girl was obviously G-Man's confidant. As she answered, she whispered, Young Master Ziyin has always been ambitious. If he can find the beast that is affecting our Meng Mountains, it will be a great contribution to our Meng Mountains. Even if he doesn't have a chance to light up the soul-setting lamp, he will definitely be able to ascend to the position of Grand Shaman. This old woman's position of G-Man is still coveted by others. As for the position of Grand Shaman, based on the current situation, I'm afraid Little Six will have to wait for many more years. G-Man snorted coldly and said with some dissatisfaction, "You don't have the right to say such things. Hurry up and send the message." The servant girl didn't dare to say anything more. After she agreed, she lowered her head and left quickly. Sigh, Zien, oh Zien. G-Man looked at the servant girl's back and sighed. It's all because of your bad luck. Even though this old woman helped you so much, that girl still managed to repair the soul-setting lamp. This time, if you can really kill the beast, this old woman might. G-Man's voice became softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside Huai Exine Pavilion. A soft voice respectfully sounded from outside. G-Man of Jing Apple Stronghold has come to visit. She said that she has something important to ask of G-Man. Oh. G-Man stopped sighing and thought for a while before saying, "Let her in. This old woman hasn't seen her for many years. I wonder what strange thing she has done this time." "Yes, this servant understands." The voice outside answered and then hurried away. Xiao Mao and the others came out of Huai Exine Pavilion in silence. After they came out of the corridor, Ziming looked at Xiao Mao's face and comforted him. "Young Master Xiao, G-Man doesn't know, but there is still Grand Shaman. When Grand Shaman returns, you can ask him more. Your bloodline is so pure. I believe Grand Shaman will also support you." I'm afraid it's not that simple." Xiao Mao shook his head slightly. "Bloodline is indeed important, but power and connections are equally important. G-Man is right. I'm all alone now. There's no way I can shake Grand Shaman and G-Man's position. Not to mention, Xiao Mao's position is not legitimate. Nothing can be more ambitious than this." Xiao Hua, who was standing at the side, saw everything clearly. He sneered and said, "Don't forget what you wanted to do when you first came to Meng Mountain. Why is it that as time passes, your thoughts have increased? Don't you think your goal is too big?" When Xiao Mao heard this, his heart trembled. When he first came to Mount Million Meng, he was there to accompany Li Zongbao. Initially, he didn't have any other thoughts and just took it as an ordinary trip. But when he realized he had something to do with Mount Million Meng, he began to think about how to find out the truth behind his parents' death so he could avenge them. Then, when he gained the approval of Patriarch Wu and G-Man, he began to think about how to gain the approval of more people in Shibai Stockade. And now, he was actually thinking about how to push Patriarch Wu and G-Man down and become the Patriarch of Wu himself. Thinking about it carefully, it really felt like a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Big Brother is right. Xiao Mao nodded. "I'm thinking too much. My goal this time is to find out my origins and see if I can avenge my parents. The possibility of revenge is not high." Xiao Hua shook his head. "Your enemy is a nascent soul cultivator. Now, Hamba might be able to help you, but you can't bring Hamba to the cultivation world, right?" "I understand." Xiao Mao nodded slightly. "As long as I have the bloodline power of great god Shibai, I can avenge them sooner or later. Young Master Xiao, I've asked someone to arrange a quiet room for me. I'll take a bath and cleanse my body in the next few days. After entering the ancestral hall and meeting the sacred beast, I'll invite the netherbound mirror out and meet you." Ziming was also a little distracted, as if he was thinking about how to deal with G-Man. He accompanied Xiao Mao and the others to a side hall and cupped his hands as he spoke. "It's okay." Xiao Mao looked at the maidservant standing on the left and smiled. "I'm already very grateful to be able to borrow the netherbound mirror of Hutu Stronghold." Chapter 2886. Immediately, Ziming looked at Xiao Hua, nodded slightly, turned around and left. Xiao Hua and the others, under the guidance of the maid, found a quiet room in the palace. After the maid left, Xiao Hua looked at the huge quiet room and couldn't help but smile. "Damn, I'm afraid this is the biggest quiet room I've ever seen in my life." Yes, this quiet room was actually 100 feet in size. The four walls were engraved with strange characters. Some were similar to the inscriptions on armor, some were similar to the green seal text, and some were even similar to the golden seal text. It looked neither fish nor fowl. Moreover, among these characters, there were still many fist-sized patterns, and there were many stories and situations inside. Xiao Hua leaned in front of a stone wall with interest. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the pattern, his heart suddenly moved. He looked around and hesitated for a moment. Without setting up any array, he sat down cross-legged and his mind entered the space. Everything in the space was normal. Since Goldie swallowed Qing Xian's avatar, it had been sleeping. Obviously, this avatar was more nutritious than the previous golden core. Zhang Luer was also sitting at the edge of the space, showing no signs of waking up. Compared to Zhang Luer's silence, Xiao Hua's human form primordial spirit was extremely noisy. This primordial spirit was in a barren place. Its hands were waving tirelessly, and a series of seals were cast at an extremely fast speed. These seals didn't have any ripples of magic power at all. Alas, this is not the way. Xiao Hua looked at this primordial spirit, and his heart was quite distressed. Do I really have to let this primordial spirit cultivate? Besides, this primordial spirit has no meridians in its body. How can it cultivate? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's mind lit up again. Yes, don't I have meridians all over my body? Can I build meridians all over the body in this primordial spirit? This thought just flashed through his mind. What a big movement that was. Xiao Hua didn't have any ability to do this at all. Besides, even if there are meridians, the spiritual energy in this space. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly laughed. Damn it, why am I so stupid? The spiritual energy in this space is released by reverse light. It's light, not the real spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Or maybe it's different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Dawn Rain continent. What's the use of the Dawn Rain continent's incantations? Firstly, I can't activate the magic power in my body. Secondly, I can't mobilize the spiritual energy in the air. Naturally, I can't create a fireball. But how do I mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this space? Xiao Hua unconsciously sank into deep thought. The primordial spirit in the space also sat down cross-legged, just like Xiao Hua in the quiet room in the main hall. After an unknown period of time, the hand of the primordial spirit suddenly moved. It seemed to be a move. Then, the primordial spirit jumped up from the ground. Its hands and feet moved as well. The Big Dipper magical fist was actually in the hands of the primordial spirit. Waves of heaven and earth spirit chi danced along with the Big Dipper god fist, surging within the primordial spirit's hands. Then, it penetrated into the primordial spirit's hands, and a trace of brilliance began to surge. The primordial spirit didn't know how many times it had performed the Big Dipper magical fist. The brilliance between its hands became more and more brilliant. Then, the primordial spirit stopped. Its hands inexplicably danced, and the brilliance immediately dimmed. When the brilliance disappeared, the primordial spirit once again danced with the Big Dipper magical fist, and the brilliance surged again. This cycle repeated several times. In the end, even if the primordial spirit didn't dance with the Big Dipper magical fist, the brilliance didn't fade or dim. Then, the primordial spirit sat down cross-legged again, and the fireball incantation in its hands was shot out again. However, this incantation was very slow. It seemed that the primordial spirit could control the brilliance, and it could change the incantation according to the intensity of the brilliance. Seeing that a trace of fire was about to be born from the brilliance, there was a movement outside the quiet room. Xiao Hua's mind sensed the movement in the space. He sighed and came out of space. He knew that the 3-day period was already up. When will this young master be able to cultivate in peace? This didn't seem to be the first time Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. Thinking about it carefully, it was just as Xiao Hua said. He really hadn't had a good closed-door cultivation several times. Thinking about other people, in order to improve their cultivation, they would go into closed-door cultivation for more than 10 years. dozens of years or even hundreds of years. Xiaohua, on the other hand, had only gone into closed-door cultivation for 3 years at most. It was really a pity that he couldn't digest and absorb so many cultivation methods, spells, and comprehensions. After the war, this young master must go into closed-door cultivation, and then, just as he got up, Xiaohua thought of this and smiled bitterly. After the war, I'm afraid I have to wake up Jiang Luer first, right? Opening the door of the hall, he saw Zi Ming standing outside. However, there was no smile on Zi Ming's face. Instead, there was a kind of anger. Oh, what's wrong? Zi Yi. Xiaohua felt a little strange. He looked around and asked, where are Xiao Mao and the others? Aren't you going to use the Netherworld Mirror today? This young master has disappointed fellow Xiao. Zi Ming bit his lips and said in a low voice, today, I still can't use the Netherworld Mirror. Oh, what's the matter? Xiaohua was not surprised. Could it be that the Netherworld Mirror can't be used? That's not it. Zi Ming shook his head. The Netherworld Mirror hasn't been used for a long time. It can be used 3 times. However, just now, after this young master took a bath and changed clothes, I was about to go to the Ancestral Hall to ask for the Netherworld Mirror. G-Man sent someone to inform this young master, saying that G-Man of the Jing Apple Village also came to ask for the Netherworld Mirror the day before yesterday. Moreover, she said that she wanted to use it twice. And because G-Man had promised this young master, but this young master told her about Xiao Mao, she thought that we could only use it once. Therefore, she had already promised G-Man of the Jing Apple Village to let them use the remaining 2 times. Oh, Xiaohua said with some regret. This is troublesome. Senior brother Li came to Ming Mountain to... Alas, yes, Zi Ming said with some regret. It's all this young master's fault. I should have made it clear to G-Man that day. But I didn't expect that the Netherworld Mirror that no one has used for so many years would suddenly become a popular item. Haha, as the saying goes, there's no story without coincidences. Xiaohua comforted him. Zai, why don't you make it clear to G-Man and let the Jing Apple Village wait for the next time? Alas, this young master will naturally do as fellow Taoist Xiao said. Zi Ming sighed. This young master just came from the Huai Xian Pavilion. G-Man of the Jing Apple Village is also there. G-Man has already promised them, so it's not good to change your mind. What should we do? Xiaohua frowned. Although one of the purposes of Li Zongbao coming to Ming Mountain was to see Kai Zhuxia's situation in the Netherworld, compared to Xiao Mao, this matter was slightly inferior. Xiao Mao definitely had to use the Netherworld Mirror. However, if Li Zongbao didn't use the Netherworld Mirror, the knot in his heart would never be untied. It would be of no benefit to his future cultivation. Moreover, his Tao heart was damaged, and he needed to use this to make up for it. Therefore, Li Zongbao also had to use the Netherworld Mirror. Can't the Jing Apple Village use it once? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. It would be best if the Jing Apple Village could use it once. Unfortunately, the Jing Apple Village's G-Man has a good relationship with G-Man, so she didn't say anything. Zi Ming said hatefully. Therefore, this young master got angry and simply didn't say anything. Furthermore, he wanted to use it 3 times in a row. At this time, it's not good to fall out with G-Man. Xiaohua looked around and whispered. Zi Ming smiled and said, G-Man was also in a difficult position. Later on, she thought of a way to let the Jing Apple Village's spirit warrior compete with us. Whoever wins will use it twice first and give the remaining time to the other party. A competition. Xiaohua was stunned. Among the few of us, only Xiao Mao has the power of the bloodline of a great god. However, he's just an amateur and can't be taken seriously. How can he be compared to a spirit warrior? Could it be Zai wants me to fight? Xiaohua seemed to understand the reason why Zi Ming looked for him alone. Fellow Taoist Xiao, with this young master here, how can we be at a disadvantage? Zi Ming smiled and said, the Jing Apple Village's spirit warrior is an expert who is cultivated to the Meridian Heaven realm. Even this young master and the others are no match for him. How can Xiao Mao defeat him? Although, fellow Taoist, Xiao isn't afraid of those spirit warriors. How can this young master let fellow Taoist Xiao fight in Back Earth Village? Then, Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Fellow Taoist Xiao, other than a competition, there are many other ways to determine the winner, Ming said with a smile. Oh, Zai, tell me about it. Xiaohua was interested. Actually, it's nothing much, Ming explained. In the past few decades, the weather in Meng Mountain has changed greatly. The soul wood that I use for soul cultivation has become less and less. Even if I use the village's secret technique to cultivate it, it's still hard for it to grow. In another 10 days, the netherworld I will open. G-Man said that whoever can get the soul wood from the netherworld, I first will be the winner. Soul wood? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. It's the spirit tea that this young master gave fellow Taoist Xiao last time. It's so fragrant. Ming pursed his lips and said, that thing in Meng Mountain has a name called Daybreak Moon. It's used for cultivation. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart was greatly relieved. He said with a smile, Zai, you're really extravagant. You actually use soul wood to make tea. How can poor people like us endure this? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Although Daybreak Moon can be used for cultivation, the Daybreak Moon can still be drunk as spirit tea. Ming said with a smile, you don't think that this young master will drink it directly with Daybreak Moon, do you? Xiaohua laughed mischievously. He really did think so. However, what Ming said was normal. After the Daybreak Moon was extracted with the soul thread, it still looked like a spirit tea. Xiaohua casually threw it away, but he didn't expect that the spirit tea that Ming drank was this. Seeing Xiaohua's silly smile, Ming curled his lips in annoyance. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out some Daybreak Moon. He said with a smile, what a coincidence. Last time, Zai gave me some Daybreak Moon. Later, I came across some at the secret auction in Sky Patrol City, so I exchanged some spirit stones for it. I thought that after the war, I would return to Shi country to find Zai to enjoy it together. I didn't expect that it would come in handy today. With these Daybreak Moon, victory is in our hands. Chapter 2887. You actually have so many Dawnlight Moons? Seeing the Dawnlight Moon in Xiaohua's hand, Ming was shocked and regretful at the same time. If I had known earlier, I should have gone to look for the Dawnlight Moon. What? What does Zai mean? Xiaohua was shocked when he saw Ming's regretful expression. Alas! Ming slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, there are many types of soul wood. This Dawnlight Moon is only one of them. There are also netherworld orchids, netherworld bamboo, and so on. I know that the Dawnlight Moon in the netherworld has already been found by my Hota village. How could it be easy to find? I vaguely remember that there was a netherworld orchid somewhere, so I rushed to find it and pushed the problem of the Dawnlight Moon to the Jingapple village. If I had known that fellow Taoist Xiao had the Dawnlight Moon, I would have rushed to find it. Netherworld orchid? When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately thought of the netherworld lotus he saw in the netherworld land. That thing disappeared when it was stored in his space. Even if he wanted to take it out now, he couldn't. Fine. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This is fate playing tricks on people. Since Zai knows where the netherworld orchid is, we could just go and get it. Yes, that's right. Ming put away his regret and smiled. I also had the same idea. Although I can't tell the direction in the netherworld I have been there before. Moreover, I have a way to find that place. Although I don't have full confidence in winning with the Dawnlight Moon, I have a 70% chance of finding the netherworld orchid. Okay, I will tell Xiao Mao and the others. 10 days later, we will go to the netherworld eye. Xiaohua nodded and said without asking about the situation in the netherworld eye. However, Ming pulled Xiaohua back and said with a bitter smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, that's the netherworld eye. It's not a place that's easy to get along with. Even if I go in, it's still somewhat dangerous. How about you all don't go? How can that be done? When Xiaohua heard that Ming wanted him to go in, he shook his head and said, Xiao Mao, and the others don't have to go, but I must accompany you. Otherwise, it's fine if we don't use the Netherlink mirror." A smile appeared on Ziming's face as he shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I knew you would definitely go. Then the two of us will head to the Nethereye. Young Master Xiao and the others don't have to go. With their cultivation, they might not be able to come out after going in." "All right, we'll do as you say." Xiaohua nodded. In addition, Ziyi and Ziming. "Perhaps after 10 days, there will be an end to this." Ziming muttered to himself for a moment, sighed, and said a few words to Xiaohua via sound transmission. "And this Xiao understands. I will listen to Zai's instructions." Xiaohua heard Ziming's words and nodded slightly. "Then I'll go back and make some preparations. I'll come look for fellow Taoist Xiao in 10 days. Seeing that Xiaohua agreed, Ziming smiled and left. After Xiaohua sent Ziming off, he immediately explained to Xiao Mao and the others. When Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao heard that there was a change in the situation, they were also surprised. When they heard that Xiaohua and Ziming were going to the Nethereye together, they knew that this was the best plan. No one said anything and only nodded at Xiaohua, telling him to be careful. Fairy Hongxia's reaction was similar to the two of them. However, she curled her lips, and her gaze seemed to have some other meaning. Immediately after, the three of them cultivated in silence. Fairy Hongxia hurriedly comprehended the Phoenix Order. Xiao Mao familiarized himself with the power of his bloodline, and Li Zongbao similarly nurtured the immortal slaughtering whip. As for Xiaohua, of course, his mind entered the space again. At this time, his human primordial spirit could already release a simple fireball. Of course, whether it was the fireball technique or the fireball, it was very different from Xiaohua's own. Not to mention that the fireball technique had changed a lot. Even the fireball was several times bigger than the outside. It seems that the strength of this technique had a lot to do with the density of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Xiaohua looked at the fireball technique that was comparable to a talisman and curled his lips. In the next few days, Xiaohua let his human primordial spirit familiarize himself with how to use the fireball technique. In the last few days, since he could use the fireball technique, Xiaohua no longer let his primordial spirit try other techniques. Instead, he directly sent the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace and a samadhi true fire into the space, and let his human primordial spirit try to control the alchemy technique. He also took some spiritual herbs and let him try it. Feeling that it was almost time, Xiaohua's mind was about to leave the space again. However, the moment he left, his heart suddenly moved. He looked at the karma hand in the air and made a plan in his heart. When he left the space, he immediately waved his hand and took out the other jade pendant that Jiuxia gave him. This was also a jade pendant with a faint 5-color brilliance. It was the same as the jade pendant that recorded the sun shrouding art. However, when Xiaohua immersed his unrestored divine sense into the jade pendant, he saw the 4 simple characters. Before he could carefully examine them, the 4 characters quickly swayed. The instant they swayed, 4 vortexes appeared from the 4 characters. A feeling of the world spinning came from Xiaohua's divine sense. His divine sense was immediately torn into 4 parts. Without any resistance, it was thrown towards the 4 vortexes. The divine sense that had never been restored was torn into 4 parts by these 4 vortexes. That pain was unbearable. This kind of unforeseen event was extremely fast. Xiaohua only had time to think of resisting. At this critical moment, Jiuxia's beautiful face appeared in front of Xiaohua's divine sense. The powerful suction force immediately disappeared. However, when the suction force disappeared, the 4 characters also disappeared behind Jiuxia's smiling face. "Darling Xiao," Jiuxia said with a smile, "you're being naughty again. Didn't this concubine say it before? This divination technique isn't something that can be easily seen. Divination has always been the most exhausting. Right now, your primordial spirit and divine sense haven't been strengthened, so you haven't reached the basic conditions to comprehend this divination technique. If you forcefully comprehend it, you'll definitely be exhausted and eventually turn into ashes. Fortunately, this concubine knew that you were very curious and would definitely secretly come to take a look. That's why this concubine stayed here to watch over you. It won't be too late for you to come here after you've mastered the sun-shrouding art. Hee. When you can comprehend this controlling the heavens and earth, this concubine will be able to come and see you again. Following Jiuxia's smiling face, Xiaohua's divine sense was forcefully sent out of the jade pendant by Jiuxia. See, Xiaohua's divine sense withdrew from the jade pendant. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He felt that his divine sense was already very powerful, comparable to that of a nascent soul. However, in front of the divine sense that Jiuxia left in the jade pendant, in front of the words of the divination technique recorded in the jade pendant, it really couldn't withstand a single blow. Jiuxia, what is her cultivation level? Xiaohua was really glad. This mysterious Jiuxia was now a friend and not an enemy. Just based on this divine sense, Xiaohua knew that he was definitely not her opponent. Controlling the heavens and earth, thinking about the secret technique recorded in the jade pendant that Jiuxia mentioned, Xiaohua muttered to himself, "Just by looking at this tyrannical name, I can tell how powerful this divination technique is. Although my karma hand has always been improving, there hasn't been any clear results. If it's combined with this controlling the heavens and earth, there will definitely be some unexpected results. But this secret technique is so mysterious, and the requirement for divine sense is also so high. It seems that without 100 years of bitter cultivation, it's impossible to even see it." Perhaps Xiaohua was unwilling in his heart. He was holding the medicinal pill in his hand, but couldn't eat it. It was really uncomfortable. Xiaohua blinked his eyes and thought about the karma hand he saw just now. Throwing it to that primordial spirit, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Even if there's a problem, isn't there still Jiuxia's divine sense blocking it? Thinking about this, Xiaohua put the jade pendant into the space, and his mind also entered it. He was a little nervous and a little expectant as he sent the jade pendant into the karma hand. At the same time, the primordial spirit that was swimming in the karma hand also jumped into the jade pendant. Oh, it really works. In Xiaohua's mind, bit by bit, information came from the primordial spirit. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Unfortunately, although Xiaohua's primordial spirit could comprehend the divination technique of controlling the heavens and earth, and according to the records in the jade pendant, this divination technique was different from the sun-shrouding art. The records were very detailed, and there wasn't anything missing. However, the controlling the heavens and earth secret technique was extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. The difficulty level far exceeded all the techniques Xiaohua had seen before. If I can comprehend it simply, how can I control the heavens and earth and predict the future? Xiaohua smiled. Since I can comprehend it, then it's good. Thinking about this, Xiaohua came out from the space with a smile on his face and walked toward the door of the hall. This was because there was already some noise coming from outside the palace. Xiaohua opened the door and saw Ziyi, who was escorted by dozens of serving girls, walking towards him with a smile on her face. When she saw Xiaohua, she cupped her fist and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've heard from Ziming that you've traveled thousands of miles to Meng Mountains to visit me. I'm really flattered." Looking at Ziming, who had changed into men's clothing and looked exactly the same as when he was in Sky Patrol City, Xiaohua cupped his fists and smiled. When we parted at Sky Patrol City, this Xiaohua missed Ziyi very much. Who would have thought that I would meet Ziming again in Meng Mountains? Only then did I know that Ziyi was actually a soul warrior from Hoda Stronghold. Ziyi, you really hit it from this Xiaohua. This little one also has some difficulties that I can't say. I've really wronged fellow Taoist Xiao. Ziyi stepped forward and took Xiaohua's hand. He smiled and said, "Moreover, this little one has been serving the sacred beast in the ancestral hall these days and didn't have time to come and visit fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist can forgive me." Previously, Xiaohua didn't know that Ziyi was Ziming, so he didn't feel anything when he held Ziye's hand. Now that he knew Ziyi was Ziming, this soft little hand felt strange. "Let's go, fellow Taoist Xiao." Ziyi didn't care. He grabbed Xiaohua's hand and turned around to walk out of the hall. As he walked, he said with a smile, "This little one heard that Sister Ziming wanted to enter the Netherworld Eye with you. This little one can't delay any longer. This little one has entered the Netherworld Eye before, but Sister didn't. How can this little one let fellow Taoist and Sister take the risk?" Chapter 2888. Haha. Then I'll have to trouble you, Ziyi. Xiao Hua snickered in his heart as he accompanied Ziyi out of the hall. Fairy Hong Xia and the others also came out of the seclusion room. Fairy Hong Xia and the others naturally received Xiao Hua's message and pretended to greet Ziyi. However, when she saw Ziyi holding Xiao Hua's hand, Fairy Hong Xia's gaze fell on their hands, and she unhappily curled her lips. Under Ziye's lead and the escort of a group of servant girls, the group passed through dozens of palaces and dozens of plazas before finally arriving in front of a palace. This palace was built on the side of a mountain, and its style was different from the ones they saw before. The palace's color was mainly black with occasional blood-red embellishments. Within the black, there were uneven lines that looked like bones and skeletons that covered the entire palace's outer walls. As for the palace's entrance, there were many beast heads. These beast heads were big and small, and each of them looked extremely ferocious. Even their facial features were different. Xiao Hua looked on with admiration in his heart. He really couldn't imagine where the craftsmen who built this palace got so many strange beast heads. At this time, there were many spirit warriors lined up on both sides of the palace. These spirit warriors were uniform in size and wore black armor. This armor was somewhat similar to the sword armor of a sword cultivator, but there were also some beast heads on it and some strange bone patterns on it. It looked very mysterious. The spirit warriors lined up from the entrance of the palace for dozens of zhang until they reached the stairs and the large plazas. There were many palaces and plazas in the back Earth stronghold. It seemed that there was a plazas in front of each palace, and the size of the plazas was related to the importance of the palace. Looking at the larger plazas, Xiao Hua knew that this was a very important palace in the back Earth stronghold. Looking at the plazas again, there were black banners all around. There were also some green patterns on the banners. The banners at the four corners of the plazas depicted 4 different types of soul beasts. Some had wings on their backs, some stood on clouds. The banners in the middle of these banners had some bone patterns and beast heads. Every banner swayed with the wind, and as they swayed, faint traces of black clouds appeared. On the contrary, the 4 huge banners at the 4 corners of the square were only slightly unfurled and did not flutter. It looked very strange. Under each banner stood a tall and sturdy spirit warrior. These spirit warriors were different from the spirit warriors who stood at the entrance of the hall. Not only were they tall and sturdy, but their muscles were also sturdy. Each and every one of them stood proudly and looked straight ahead. There were a few people standing in the plaza beneath the banner. These people were dressed differently, and all of them were rather old. In front of these people, near the stairs, there was a square stone table about 3 meters in size. The stone table was the color of bamboo and faintly glowed with light. Lying on top of it was a soul beast that was about 3 meters in size. This soul beast was even weirder. Its slender body was like a giant thumb, and there was a 1-foot-long beast head on its body. This beast head looked like a dog's head, but its eyes were slender and its nose was huge. Its mouth was slightly open, and a faint red tongue was sticking out. Wisps of white gas were coming out of the beast's mouth. The soul beast had 4 legs. The front 2 were slightly longer and were resting on the stone table. The back 2 were slightly shorter and were separated by the edge of the stone table. A pitch-black tail was swinging from time to time. Oh! Seeing the tail of the soul beast, Xiao Hua's gaze followed the tail to the back of the soul beast. This pitch-black color led all the way to the back of the soul beast's head, as if there was a black sword on its back. The abdomen of the soul beast was pure white, without a single strand of mixed hair. Seeing Xiao Hua's attention on the soul beast, Zi Ming whispered, "This soul beast is called Mingyu. It is a rare creature in Ming Mountains because it has a special soul. It seems to have been used as a sacrifice for the netherworld eye." Hearing this, Xiao Hua's gaze swept across Mingyu's slightly squinted eyes. Those eyes were looking at the banners around the square. Some of them were scattered, and some of them were leisurely. It was as if he didn't know that he was at the end of his life. A vague feeling arose in Xiao Hua's heart. He seemed to be able to feel the confusion and playfulness in Mingyu's heart. The ignorant are fearless. Perhaps this is the case. Even at the end of one's life, being completely ignorant and not asking, perhaps this is a kind of happiness? As Ziming pulled Xiao Hua's hand and entered the square, many people's gazes were attracted. These people's gazes swept past Ziming and then landed on Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua wasn't wearing a Taoist robe, his different appearance and different temperament made it very easy for people to be surprised. Xiao Hua had already tempered his soul consciousness, and he had already felt a few soul consciousnesses sweeping across his body. These soul consciousnesses were slightly different from Buddhist consciousness and divine will. It was easy to distinguish whether they were hostile or friendly. Xiao Hua had already noticed that a few of them were hostile towards him. "What is Ziyi doing?" Xiao Hua was a little confused. "Isn't this guy prepared to disappear? Why would he want me to appear here with him?" While he was thinking, 4 people walked out from the crowd. These 4 people had a respectful look on their faces. They smiled from afar and said, "Young Master Ziyi, this old one hasn't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect to disturb you from serving the sacred beast because of the trivial matters of my Jing Apple Village. Damn it." When they got close, they actually had to bow down and pay their respects. Ziming had a smile on his face as he hurriedly helped them up. Looking at the dark-skinned but spirited old man, Ziming said, "Elder Jilan, Zai is just a junior. He definitely isn't worthy of such great courtesy from you. Moreover, when Zi was young, Zi received guidance from you. Even now, Zi doesn't dare to forget it. Young Master has a good memory." Elder Jilan's face lit up with excitement. His withered hands trembled in front of his chest. This old one has only told young Master about soul consciousness a few times. Young Master still remembers it. Haha, a teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Zi doesn't dare to forget the teachings of my ancestors. Ziming had a humble smile on his face. He looked up at the other 3 old men and said, "Elder Ziming, Elder Sunyu, and Elder Jingfan have also come. Greetings, young Master Ziyi." The other 3 old men didn't dare to neglect and shouted. This old one and the others didn't expect such a trivial matter in the village to disturb young Master. Really, if the sacred beast blames the Jing Apple Village for this old one and the others won't be able to atone for our sins. It doesn't matter, Ziming said with a smile. I heard from Elder Sister that everything is just gathering. Immediately after, Ziming pointed at Xiao Hua beside him and said, "For elders, this is the Dao Sect's cultivator, Xiao Hua, whom Zi met in Sky Patrol City back then. He and I hit it off at first sight and almost became sworn brothers. However, he was in a hurry that day and was stopped by Fu Lu." Haha, without waiting for Ziming to finish, Elder Lin Ming said with a smile, "Young Master Zi, you was born intelligent and has always had the style of the ancient people. In your eyes, there is no difference between the secular world. If young Master Ziyi is in charge of the Huta village, it will definitely be the fortune of our Ming Mountain." He, Ziming smiled and shook his head firmly. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "After Ziyi and fellow Taoist Xiao parted ways, I thought that it would be decades before we could meet again. However, I didn't expect that he would come to our Ming Mountain because of Junior Brothers matter and even meet Ziming. This kind of fate, if it wasn't arranged by the Huta God, Ziyi wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Come, fellow Taoist Xiao, greet these 4 sect elders. They are the sect elders of Jing Apple Stronghold, and they are also the pillars of Ming Mountains. As they have some important matters to attend to in the stronghold, they have no choice but to meet fellow Taoist Zhao's junior martial brothers. There is no grudge between us. Xiaohua suddenly understood and hurriedly bowed with a smile on his face. I, Xiaohua, greet the four elders. We all want to ask for help from the Huda village. This is fate. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is Ziya's best friend and junior brother by his Ziming's acquaintance, what else can our Jing Apple village say? Miss Ziming has already given us a chance. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't take these trivial matters to heart. After all, we really don't have any grudges. How could Elder Jilan not know what Ziyi was thinking? He hurriedly returned the greeting and said with a smile. Since she had already explained everything, Ziming smiled again and said, Fellow Taoist Zhao's junior brother has to use the nether passage mirror because of his own background. But what is so important about the Jing Apple village? This. Elder Jilan was a little hesitant. His face showed that he was in a difficult position. He smiled and said, G-Man didn't mention this to me. I also don't know the two juniors she brought with her. However, it seems like G-Man values them very much. Otherwise, the four of us wouldn't have accompanied G-Man. We were just afraid that these two juniors will be hurt. Oh, so it's like that. Ziming nodded. She had asked G-Man about it before, but G-Man only smiled and shook his head. He did not say anything. Clearly, he had already promised G-Man of the Jing Apple stronghold. At this moment, Elder Jilan also said that he did not know. Naturally, it was very secretive and also very important. Otherwise, G-Man of the Jing Apple stronghold would not risk offending Ziming and Ziyi by insisting on a chance to use the nether passage mirror. In the four corners of the plaza, under the pitch-black banners, four soul warriors raised their hands at the same time. A horn-like soul armament appeared in their hands and brought it to their mouths. A series of loud noises could be heard from the four corners of the plaza. In an instant, everyone shut their mouths and turned their eyes to the other side of the plaza. It was where the stairs were. Several strange canopy-like umbrellas appeared in midair. Then, G-Man from Hutu village, who was dressed like a palace, and an old woman who was about the same age as her, appeared under the canopy at the same time. G-Man from Hutu village had a graceful face, and an unconcealable aura was emitted from her high hair bun. G-Man from Jing Apple village had an obvious look of fear on her face. Although G-Man from Hutu village held her hand, she still moved back by half a body's length, and even her waist was slightly arched. Chapter 2889. Greetings, G-Man. When the bugle horn sounded, everyone shouted in unison. Most of the soul warriors prostrated themselves on the ground in reverence. Xiaohua was a little stunned, but Xiao Mao, who was standing next to him, bowed elegantly. Although he had a respectful expression, he didn't seem to be panicking. Xiaohua, Fairy Hong Xia, and the rest looked at each other and followed Xiao Mao's example, bowing respectfully. Ziming naturally bowed. She originally wanted to pull Xiaohua back, but when she saw Xiaohua bow and smile, she didn't say anything else. It was as though Xiao Mao's etiquette conformed to the rules of Back Earth Stronghold. Everyone, please rise. G-Man walked to the stairs, lowered his head, and looked down. He waved his hand and said in a soft voice, his tone filled with dignity, Thank you, G-Man. After everyone responded, they slowly stood up. Everyone, Ming Mountains, is now facing a crisis that has never happened in the past 1,000,000 years. The weather is dry, and not a single grain is growing. The trillions of people in Ming Mountains are facing a life and death crisis. At this critical moment, the people of Ming Mountains, the descendants of the 12 great gods, must work together to overcome this crisis. Our unity is much more important than before. Unity is the foundation of an impregnable fortress. G-Man continued, No matter it is my Hutu stronghold, Shibai stronghold, Jing Apple stronghold, Kangji stronghold, or even the tens of thousands of mega strongholds scattered all over Ming Mountains, we have to work together and get rid of all grudges and grudges. Only when we kneel down at the feet of the 12 great gods with a devout heart and beg for the mercy of the 12 great gods will we have a way to survive. We may be in charge of the shaman stronghold, or the power of souls, or even the bloodline of the 12 great gods. But we're just insignificant beings in this world and cannot compare to the power of the 12 great gods. I believe that the 12 great gods will not forget us and will not abandon their pitiful people. Besides, I also believe that the 12 great gods have heard our prayers and have delivered the miracle that can solve the crisis in Meng Mountains. Today is the day that the netherworld eye of Hutu village is opened. At this moment, in this place, when we are about to confess to you, God Hutu, we should thank you and implore you to open the netherworld eye, open the eye of miracles, and open our faith. Let us see the traces of the great God Hutu. Let us see the Meng Mountains from the ancient age to the primordial age, and then from the primordial age to the present day. It is the great God's residence, and it is because of the great God's mercy that millions of my people can live in peace. As he spoke, G-Man also knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, begging the Hutu great God to open her eyes. Seeing G-Man kneeling down, everyone panicked and hurriedly knelt down. Xiao Hua was a little surprised, and when he looked at Xiao Mao again, he saw that Xiao Mao's eyes were also filled with sincerity. Obviously, the 12 great gods that G-Man mentioned were the source of Xiao Mao's bloodline. Xiao Mao was no exception, and he also knelt down respectfully. Damn it, Xiao Hua was in a difficult position. He was a cultivator of the Taoist sect and had nothing to do with the 12 great gods of soul cultivation. Even if the great gods wanted to protect them, they would protect the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains and would not extend their hands to the Taoist sect. Why should he kneel down for no reason? But right at this moment, a loud roar came from the front of the square. Xiao Hua looked up and saw that it was Mingyu, who was lying on the stone table. At this moment, Mingyu's body was twisting rapidly, and a roar came from his mouth. However, although there were no ripples of energy and no soul sense, Mingyu's body could not break free from the stone table no matter how hard he struggled. On Mingyu's snow-white abdomen, strange runes appeared. These runes appeared slowly, stroke by stroke, as if someone dipped a brush in Mingyu's blood and drew them on his abdomen. See, green seal script. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he saw green seal script being written stroke by stroke. And these green seal runes were blood red. Is this the work of G-Man from the Hutu village? Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with shock, and he immediately looked at G-Man, who was kneeling on the ground. But G-Man was very respectful and did not move an inch. Of course, Xiao Hua had cultivated in soul techniques as well, and he knew that soul techniques didn't require the Tao sect to form seals and control the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. However, even though he didn't dare release his soul sense, he didn't sense the existence of any soul energy at all. At this moment, the first green seal rune was completed. Woo, a strange wind blew, and the green seal rune flew out from Mingyu's body. Under the green seal rune, there was another wave of bloodlight. Long, 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 long. Although it was not the sound of thunder, it was louder than thunder. The green seal rune formed by the bloodlight suddenly turned into blood-red threads and scattered in the air. Everyone, including Xiao Hua, felt their souls shake. This is the sound of the green seal rune. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. He looked at Mingyu again and saw that his entire body was trembling violently, as if a large hand was violently strangling his huge body. Woo, woo, woo. After the thunderous roar, a huge gust of wind blew out from the green seal text. The wisps of blood also fused with the wind, and a gust of wind filled with a faint green light shot into the sky. Before the pillar of wind could disappear, pitch-black clouds gathered from all directions of the Hutu stockade and covered the entire sky. The art of clouds and rain. Xiao Hua's mind raced. But before he could look at the dark clouds, the second green seal rune appeared on Ming Yu's snow-white abdomen, and a large amount of blood shot into the sky. Woo, woo, woo. This time, the sound was very muffled, as if it came from the mouth and nose of Giant. After this sound, countless hurricanes rushed into the sky and whistled in all directions. Looking at the changes in the sky, Xiao Hua slightly narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking of something. If there was a third green seal character, perhaps there should be lightning and thunder, perhaps there should be rain falling, right? Unfortunately, in just a moment, the third green seal rune shot into the sky, and a dazzling green light flashed, and a huge light ball covered the entire stone table. The poor Ming-Yu had no strength to struggle. Now in the light ball, he only moved a little, and a shadow visible to the naked eye flew out from his body. Crack, crack, crack. A small green lightning bolt came out from the light ball and hit the panicked soul of Ming-Yu. Then, a small crack appeared in the middle of the light ball. GG. After a small chirp, a black shadow flashed out from the crack. The black shadow was like a big mouth, rushing towards Ming-Yu's soul and swallowing it in an instant. Then, the black shadow suddenly expanded, and a strange human figure with a human body and a snake tail was revealed. And this human figure had 7 arms on its back. Xiao Hua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was truly a bit unimaginable. Greetings, Hutu great god. A loud voice came from all around the square. It was the worship of all the people of Meng Mountain. What should we do? Xiao Hua didn't know what to do. However, before he could think of anything else, an extremely cold and emotionless fluctuation swept through the entire plaza. An extremely powerful deterrence spread out from the black shadow to the entire plaza. Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia were bowing slightly, but now they couldn't resist at all. Plop, plop, plop. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia fell to the ground, their faces pale. Obviously, they couldn't resist this indescribable deterrence. As for Xiao Hua, he also felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulder, and that unparalleled force pushed him to the ground. But the moment he knelt on the ground, in the Buddha fire of the Buddha, Sarara, the faint, almost inaudible golden thread slowly emitted a gentle wave. Although the wave was small, it was like the grass under the cliff, tenacious and persistent. A faint force of support came from Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and used all his strength to push one knee to the ground, and the other leg trembled, but didn't fall. Xiao Hua raised his head slightly, staring at the black shadow, and persisted. The shadow of Hutu, great god in the black shadow, suddenly moved, but it didn't rush toward Xiao Hua. That unparalleled deterrence, and the wave retreated from the square like a tide, rushing toward the door behind the stone table. Boom! The beast heads above the door opened up, and under the impact of the wave, a 10-feet wide whirlpool was formed. After the black shadow and the green ball of light rushed into the whirlpool, they immediately disappeared, and the whirlpool also slowly disappeared. Then, a ray of sunlight fell from the sky, and the dark clouds gradually dissipated. The raging wind in the sky also disappeared. Farewell, Hutu great god. Another respectful voice sounded. After half a cup of tea's time, G-Man of Hutu Stronghold stood up from the ground. After she stood up, the first thing she looked at was Xiao Hua. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't have the time to pay attention to this. He frowned slightly as he looked at the still closed door. Because when everyone was kneeling on the ground, he clearly saw that right after the shadow of Hutu great god appeared, the crack in the sky disappeared, and then the shadow directly rushed toward the door. Everyone, G-Man glanced at Xiao Hua, then looked at Zi Ming, who just stood up, and an indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Then she turned to the square and waved her hand. The netherworld eye has been opened. Hutu great god might not come to Hutu's stronghold to hear our sincere prayers, but her clone has already come. She hasn't forgotten about us. Opening the netherworld eye is the same as opening the source of the inheritance of the Hutu great god. As he spoke, G-Man waved his hand, and a palm-sized bone staff appeared in his hand. A strand of light green radiance flashed, and it struck the tightly shut door. Bang! The 2 doors above the door vanished abruptly, and it revealed a pitch-black expanse behind it. Chapter 2890. Oh, it's not the usual hall? It's... Xiao Hua's eyes never left the hall door. The moment the door disappeared, he could see everything behind the darkness. There was a huge passage behind the door, and a cold wind was blowing out from it. This cold wind was different from the usual night wind. When it blew onto Xiao Hua's body, an indescribable chill was born from Xiao Hua's heart. It was as if the cold wind could blow through his body. The netherworld wind? Xiao Hua felt the familiar cold wind and frowned. There seems to be a difference. Woo, woo, woo. As the cold wind blew, all of the motionless banners on the square immediately began to flutter. Even the banners at the four corners of the square began to move. It was as if only the cold wind could make all the banners move. All the soul warriors raised the bugle horn in their hands at the same time and blew it. The sound of the bugle horn immediately echoed throughout the plaza and even spread out to the entire Hutu stronghold. Roar, roar, roar. A burst of cheers came from the plaza, causing Xiao Hua to look away from the passage. When he saw the situation in the plaza, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone in the plaza, regardless of gender, was dancing with the cold wind and the bugle horn. Their postures were exactly the same as what he saw in the Bayan stronghold. Around Xiao Hua, even Ziming had a smile on his face as he jumped up and down happily. Fairy Hongxia's face was still pale. She sneaked to Xiao Hua's side and whispered, "Just now, the Hutu god's avatar was really powerful. This netherworld I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. You must be careful." And Xiao Hua nodded. He knew that Fairy Hongxia didn't want him to go, but because of Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, he had to go. This was why she was so eager to warn him. The plaza was filled with cheers and laughter. Only Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Fairy Hongxia seemed to be out of place. However, everyone's face was filled with sweet smiles. It seemed that with the protection of the Hutu god, all the difficulties in front of them were just passing clouds. The celebration went on for the time it took to finish a meal, and only then did the crowd slowly come to a stop. G-Man from Hutu Stockade came before the door, glanced around, and said, "Most of the soulwood and soul beasts in Meng Mountains are taken from the netherworldly eyes, and according to the Magus Codex of Hutu Stockade, even the millet seeds are produced from the netherworldly eyes. But for many years, we've been focusing on the soulwood and soul beasts. We've never paid attention to millet seed. Now that Meng Mountains is facing a great calamity, it is the great deity Hutu who is admonishing us, telling us not to forget our roots, and not to treat the words of the great deity Hutu as a passing wind. Therefore, when the netherworld opened this time, in addition to looking for ordinary soulwood, many warriors also wanted to look for millet seeds. May the great deity Hutu help you. Warriors of Hutu stronghold, the heavy burden of saving Meng Mountains has fallen on your shoulders." Woo, 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 the horn sounded again. "The millet seed is in the netherworld, Xiao Hua's eyes turned and whispered to Ziming, "Also, are we the only ones entering the netherworld, Unexpectedly, Ziming frowned as well. He pondered for a while, then said this, "I don't know the origin of millet seed, and according to what I know, the origin of millet seed has never been recorded in the Magus Code. Today, G-Man sent soul warriors to the netherworld, to look for the millet seed. As for whether there are others entering the netherworld, it doesn't matter to us. There are even benefits." And Xiao Hua nodded. All right. After the sound of the bugle horn faded, G-Man waved her hand and said, "However, before the brave warriors enter the netherworld's this old one has an interesting matter that I would like to explain to you." After that, G-Man from Jingapple Village told them about how he had requested to use the Netherlink mirror from Huda Village, as well as how Xiao Mao and the others had requested to use the Netherlink mirror at the same time. In the end, he said, young Mistress Ziming's old friend and young Master Zai's best friend are all here. Regardless of their identity, they are all Taoist cultivators of Meng Mountains. If it wasn't for the fact that this old woman had some difficulties, she definitely wouldn't have made things difficult for G-Man, young Lady Z-Ming, and young Master Z. Thus, under G-Man's suggestion, we all sent people to the Netherworld Eye. If my Jingxiang village returns with the Twilight Moon Seed first, then this old woman has the authority to use the Netherworld Mirror twice. If young Master Xiao and the others from the Dao sect obtain the Netherworld Orchid Seed first, then this old woman can only use the Netherworld Mirror once. This old woman will say this in front of G-Man and all of you. I hope that all of you can bear witness to this. The people of Ming Mountains are definitely not people who bully distant guests. Oh, hearing this, many soul warriors finally understood the reason why Xiao Hua and the other Taoist cultivators had appeared here. Of course, some kind and vicious gazes and soul senses swept over again. Everyone, seeing this, Ziming took a step forward and held Xiao Hua's hand. She said, "Xiao Hua, young Master Xiao is Zai's best friend. Furthermore, they are all Taoist cultivators and are not aware of the dangers within the Netherworld Eye. If they were to enter alone, they would definitely not be able to escape unscathed. This kind of situation should not happen to the hospitable people of Ming Mountains like us. Thus, Zai is willing to accompany young Master Xiao into the Netherworld Eye." Of course, when choosing the Twilight Moon and the Netherworld Orchid, Zai chose the Netherworld Orchid, which is rarely seen in the Netherworld Eye. To my Hutu village, the Jingapple village is also an important guest. Zai does not dare to treat them poorly. Everyone was a little surprised. However, they soon came to a realization. Some admired Zai's loyalty, and some knew the reason why G-Man from Hutu village sent out so many soul warriors. Either way, it's an interesting matter. Hutu village's G-Man saw that the matter was clear. He laughed and said, "If my Hutu village's Netherworld Mirror could be used 4 times, then this situation would not have happened. This is also the reason why the great god Hutu wants us to enter the Netherworld Eye. I believe that all of the brave warriors here will return with a full load." Woo-woo! All of the bugles sounded again. Roar, roar! Some of the soul warriors also let out sounds. Clearly, it was time to enter the Netherworld Eye. Young Master Xiao, let's enter first. Ziming held Xiao Hua's hand and did not let go as he said with a smile, "All right, Zai, please." Xiao Hua turned to look at Fairy Hongxia. At this moment, Fairy Hongxia's eyes were not on Ziming's hand. Instead, she was looking at Xiao Hua worriedly. When she saw Xiao Hua nodding at her, she smiled as well. However, her heart was already in her throat. If she was only slightly worried a few days ago, now that she saw how powerful the great god Hutu's soul clone was, she was very worried about Xiao Hua entering the Netherworld Eye. It was as if she had a premonition that this trip would not be simple. Zai and Xiao Hua walked up the stairs hand in hand. The two of them bowed to G-Man. G-Man looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe a few times before looking at Ziming. His eyes were filled with warmth. "Zai, although the Netherworld Eye is not very dangerous, that was decades ago. Now that Ming Mountains has changed, the Netherworld Eye might have changed as well. You must be careful in there." G-Man said gently, "If you can't get the Netherworld Orchid, don't force it. The Netherworld Mirror can only be used once. If the second time is not urgent, it won't be too late to use it after 10 years. Yes, the boy understands. When Ziming heard this, he seemed to be a little sad. He knew that from now on, Zai would not be able to appear in front of everyone. With tears in his eyes, he bowed and said, "Thank you, G-Man." Then he clenched his teeth and held back his tears. He pulled Xiao Hua and quickly walked into the hall. Looking at the disappearing figures of Xiao Hua and Ziming, G-Man's eyes were indifferent. There was nothing special about it. Then, the two elders of Jing Apple Village, Ji Lan and Lin Ming, also entered. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the spirit warriors who were waiting in the square lined up and entered the dark passage. Fairy Hongxia and the others followed Ziming to the square at dawn. It was already late in the morning, and with the passing of time, the sun slowly hung above their heads. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the sun was scorching hot. But everyone's eyes were looking at the silent hall door and the dark passage. They didn't seem to feel the scorching heat of the sun. Unfortunately, their eager gazes were not the hands of the Hutu, great god. They couldn't pull the people they were waiting for out of the netherworld eye. Even when the sky was no longer scorching hot and the evening mist was everywhere, no one appeared in the passage. Because of this, even G-Man of Hutu village, who had always been indifferent, showed a hint of anxiety in his eyes. At this moment, everyone knew that this trip to the netherworld eye, something might have happened. The other spirit warriors didn't dare to say anything, but the elders were whispering to each other. After all, the netherworld eye opened at dawn and closed at midnight. Under normal circumstances, a spirit warrior should have appeared as early as noon. This, Fairy Hong Xia had an extremely bad premonition in her heart. She seemed to recall the time when she was cultivating alone in the Valley of Ice. Xiaohua had appeared with extreme surprise. According to Xiaohua, he had been blown to the Valley of Ice by the wind of the netherworld when he was cultivating in the netherworld. How far was the Valley of Ice from Mingxi? Xiaohua was actually blown to her side. What about the netherworld eye? It was probably several times more powerful than Mingxi, right? As long as my darling Xiao is alive, it's fine. No matter where he goes. Fairy Hong Xia prayed in her heart. As long as he's alive, I'll have hope. I'll definitely be able to accompany him in this world. I don't ask for anything like everlasting. I only ask for him to be in my heart, and me to be in his heart. Time flew by quickly, and the moonlight had already scattered down. Everyone was anxious and uneasy. At this moment, within the passageway, the entire palace and the entire square, there was an abnormally loud sound. The ground shook violently, and strange changes suddenly occurred. Chapter 2891. Xiaohua followed Zi Ming into the palace. Inside the pitch-black passage, a strange cold wind blew. This cold wind was extremely bone-piercing, and there was even a thick smell of blood. Xiaohua was extremely familiar with this smell. It was the netherworld wind that he encountered in the netherworld. Looks like this netherworld is really big. Xiaohua very naturally began to guess what the netherworld was and estimated what he might encounter in a while. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt a slight sweet fragrance pounce into his mouth and nose. His left arm also touched a soft and warm body. Even the soft hand that had been holding his hand suddenly became hot, and within the heat, there was a trace of moisture. That sweet fragrance was very strange. Not only was it not blown away by the wind of the netherworld, it was even denser. When Xiaohua breathed it in, he actually felt an extremely comfortable feeling in his heart. His hand could not help but clench that hand tightly. That hand seemed to feel Xiaohua's strength, and at the same time, increased its strength and even intertwined its 5 fingers, clenching Xiaohua's hand tightly. The moment the 5 fingers intertwined, Xiaohua hesitated. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, he sighed in his heart. It was said that the dark night could make a person brave, and it was indeed so. Although Zi Ming did not have any chance to express the feelings in his heart, once there was a chance for the feelings to ferment, he immediately became uncontrollable like a wild horse. In the instant Xiaohua hesitated, Zi Ming successfully grasped Xiaohua's hand and even grabbed it twice, making it even more comfortable. Then, that warm body snuggled closer. Cough, cough, Xiaohua coughed twice and whispered. Hearing the name, Zi, that warm body immediately stiffened and slightly moved away from Xiaohua. However, that hand was still holding on and did not relax in the slightest. Young Master Xiao, Zi Ming's voice recovered and said somewhat timidly, this concubine is a woman and not Zi. If it was someone else, this concubine was purely trying to cover it up, but this concubine could not deceive herself when facing young master. But Xiaohua hesitated, as if he was afraid of hurting Zi Ming, and said in a low voice, ever since this Xiao saw you, I've always thought of you as Zi Yi. In fact, when he saw you earlier, He even thought that you were Ziming and had a lot of hostility towards you. Hee. Ziming chuckled and clenched her fists even tighter. That's because this concubine's disguise was too good. Even young master didn't notice. Xiaohua tried to pull his hand away, but it didn't move. Instead, it made Ziming grip his hand even tighter. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Actually, Ziming sighed and said, actually, for so many years, it's been hard for me to disguise myself as Midnight. Although I can't bear to part with Midnight, I really want to revive him and let him be the real Midnight in my hoodish stronghold. However, I never thought that this path would be so difficult. In front of others, this concubine has to act out the two of us perfectly. In the beginning, this concubine was really scared and treading on thin ice, afraid that others would see through any flaws. In this concubine's heart, it's also hard. Not only is it hard to change my identity, but it's also hard to bear this burden in my heart. Just like what this concubine said earlier, this concubine's only wish in this life is to revive Midnight. This is also the biggest motivation for this concubine to repair the soul falling lamp and seize the position of G-Man. This burden has been crushing this concubine's heart for so many years. This concubine doesn't dare to think too much for fear of disturbing the guilt this concubine feels towards Midnight. Do you know? Perhaps this concubine didn't feel it in Sky Patrol City. Even when I returned to Meng Mountains, this concubine didn't think too much. However, when I saw young Master Xiao in that Bear Mountain, this concubine really doesn't know how to express the joy this concubine felt. Ziming's voice was still secretly pouring out, but in just a moment, this concubine realized that you belong to Midnight and not Ziming. Even if Ziming is real and Midnight is fake, how could Ziming not know young Master Zhao's hostility towards Ziming? Even if Fairy Hong Xia is dissatisfied with this concubine has long felt it. However, young Master Xiao is Midnight's only confidant, and this concubine's only confidant. This concubine is willing to suffer for young Master's sake. Just over 10 days ago, when this concubine decided to end Midnight's story, this concubine suddenly felt a sense of relief. Ziming's hand was a little warm. All of a sudden, I felt like my life was full of sunshine again, and everything that belonged to me was back in my hands. Then, Xiaohua's hand stopped moving. He could really feel the tenacity and pain in this woman's heart, the feeling of carrying an unspeakable burden. Aren't you going to resurrect Midnight? Young master, this concubine has said before. This is this concubine's lifelong pursuit. Midnight died because of this concubine. This concubine will not give up any chance to resurrect Midnight in this lifetime. Ziming did not hesitate and continued. However, using the soul-setting lamp to resurrect the dead is after all just a legend. Even Elder Wu doesn't know how to do it, unless this concubine's cultivation base reaches the 9th heaven of spirit origin, or even the legendary 3 heavens beyond the heavens. Or if I can learn the 365 heaven-piercing green seal scripts that have been lost in Meng Mountains for a long time, then there is a slight possibility. 3 heavens beyond the heavens? 365 green seal scripts. Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter a few times in the dark. Ziming seemed to have heard him, and said again, "Unfortunately, these are all legends. Even if this concubine can cultivate the ordinary 9th heaven of spirit origin, and her soul can soar through the 9 heavens, this concubine can never reach the 3 heavens beyond the heavens, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient Almighty. Or perhaps, this concubine is willing to learn all 365 green seal scripts, and use my life in exchange for Midnight's resurrection." Xiaohua originally wanted to ask more, but after hearing Ziming's sad and tearful narration, how could he still have such thoughts? His hand tightened a little, and he said with a smile, "No matter what Ziming does, this Xiao will do his best to help. This Xiao believes that as long as Ziming has the heavens in your heart, even the 3 heavens beyond the heavens can be broken through." You call me Ziming? Ziming's voice was actually stuttering, as if she was wild with joy. Silly child, you are Ziming, and you don't want to deceive yourself anymore. Why would this Xiao repeat the same mistake? Xiao Hua said with a smile, as if Ziming was an ignorant child. Xiao Lang. Ziming leaned her body closer to Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua could feel Ziming's burning hot face on his arm. Sigh, this tunnel is indeed pitch black. But aren't we still deceiving ourselves now? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and was about to say something. But Ziming had already spoken first. Xiao Lang, this concubine knows that I am an uncivilized girl from Meng Mountain, and I don't deserve to call you Xiao Lang. But please allow this concubine to be presumptuous for once, and I will only call you young Master Xiao Lang in this netherworld eye. After leaving this place, this concubine will never. Xiao Hua quickly stretched out his hand, and his right index finger accurately pressed on Ziming's cherry lips, and said with a smile, "There are some words that can't be said." Although Xiao Hua didn't lower his head to look at Ziming, but when he suddenly felt a warm and wet sensation on his finger, he was so scared that he immediately retracted his finger. Hee. Ziming laughed. This concubine has never been so happy in her entire life. Xiao Hua laughed. Walking in the snow in Sky Patrol City is also not bad. That's right, Ziming said happily. Because of Zai's matter, Ziming has always regarded herself as a man. But I didn't expect to meet such a strange person like Xiao Lang in Sky Patrol City. To be honest, this concubine still doesn't understand. Is there really love at first sight in this world? When this concubine thought about how bold we were that day, and how this concubine gave you the soul-falling lamp without the slightest hint of disappointment, this concubine felt extremely strange. Xiao Hua immediately thought of Jiuxia, and was a little tongue-tied. This should be called familiarity at first sight, and not love at first sight. What do you think? This concubine feels that whether it is love at first sight or familiarity at first sight, it is love at first sight. Ziming laughed. Isn't this concubine in you? This Xiao Hua liked this kind of ambiguity in his heart, but he still didn't want to hide it from her and wanted to speak again. But Ziming promptly interrupted him and laughed. Xiao Lang, this concubine will be G-Man of Hudu Village in the future. My future children will definitely be G-Man and Wu Lao, and Fu Man must spend her life in Huda Village. Chapter 2892. Ha, darling Xiao is really interesting. Hearing Xiao Hua say, please, Ziming immediately laughed. Clearly, no one had ever told her this before. Yeah, poor child, Xiao Hua sighed. He knew that Ziming's identity was here, and she had always appeared as Midnight. She really lacked love and care. She felt that his normal words were very good, so it was clear that no one would normally speak to her. Immediately, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. Ziming leaned against Xiao Hua's left arm and walked out of the pitch-black netherworld path with a smile on her face. At the end of the netherworld path, light shone brightly. It was an extremely strange space. This so-called Yellow Springs Great Hall was like an oval-shaped chicken egg covering the entire space. On the four walls of the Great Hall, there were many revolving diagrams. These diagrams were similar to the banners outside the Great Hall. Each and every one of them was a beast head that couldn't be seen normally. However, behind these beast heads, there were different carvings. These carvings were big and small. The big ones were close to 10 zhang long, and the small ones were only a foot long. These beast heads were surrounded by many wave-like lines, which seemed to be similar to ordinary flowing water. However, if one looked carefully, each of these wave-like lines were formed by white bones. However, these white bones could now be bent, just like water ripples. However, this couldn't attract Xiao Hua's attention. As soon as Xiao Hua stepped out of the netherworld path, his gaze fell on the ground of the Great Hall. Because this Great Hall was covered in skeletons, layers upon layers of snow-white skeletons, each with a pitch-black mouth and a pitch-black hole, were scattered on the ground like pieces of gravel. It was unknown where the light in the great hall came from, but when it shone on these skeletons, it was reflected back. A layer of indescribable light appeared on the ground of the great hall, as if the great hall was a layer of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs Great Hall really lives up to its name. Xiaohua sighed. He didn't even release his soul sense. In front of a soul warrior like Ziming, Xiaohua's soul cultivation was no more than that of a child. And indeed, because of the light, Ziming was already embarrassed to snuggle between Xiaohua's arms, but he was still unwilling to pull his hand out. After hearing Xiaohua's words, he looked at Xiaohua's face and said with a smile. Under the light, Xiaohua's sword-like eyebrows were pitch black, and his phoenix-like eyes were also faintly sparkling. His thin lips were closed together, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a smile. Sigh. Ziming looked like she was smiling like a flower, but she sighed in her heart. Since we are not fated, why should we know each other? Fate could not surpass this. Oh! Seeing Ziming staring at him, Xiaohua turned to look at Ziming's face and asked curiously, "Is there any other explanation for this Yellow Springs Hall?" "Oh." Ziming's face blushed as she smiled. "The Yellow Springs Road is meant for undead to walk. The purpose of building the Yellow Spring Palace here is to block off the Yellow Spring Road, to prevent those dead souls and nether beasts from rushing into Meng Mountains when a netherworld eye is opened." "Nether beasts?" Xiaohua pointed his finger and said, "These should all be." "Yes," Ziming nodded. "The Yellow Springs Road, the Netherworld Sea, there are countless nether beasts inside, and these are only the ones that could be seen normally." "Ziming, you say, is there really a netherworld in this world? Oh, or is this netherworld really the world of undead?" Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and finally asked, "This?" Ziming did not expect Xiaohua to ask this. After thinking for a moment, she explained, "Actually, according to the records of my Meng Mountain shaman canon, the Hutu, great deity, transformed into the netherworld and became an independent reincarnation, which is not connected to any other world. Only the dead souls can enter through a way that no one knows. As for this netherworld sea, the Yellow Springs Road, and so on, they seem to be places where malicious spirits, vengeful spirits, and other existences that are different from us humans live. Moreover, if the netherworld is really the world of undead, Ziyi would have been resurrected long ago. Can I worry about it for the rest of my life?" Seeing that Xiaohua wanted to ask something again, Ziming smiled and said, "Xiaohua, there are a lot of secrets in my Meng Mountains and even the Wheel of Heavenly Tao. If you're interested, you might as well come to my Huda stockade. In the future, the stockade's accumulation will definitely satisfy your curiosity." Hee. Xiaohua smiled and did not answer. He continued to ask, "In other words, a soul warrior like Ziming who can control malicious spirits also does not know the difference between the Netherworld Sea and the Netherworld Sea?" "It's not just me." Ziming pursed her lips and said, "Even the Grand Shaman, and even the Shaman King of Meng Mountains, I'm afraid they don't know." "Shaman King?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. After hearing about the Grand Shaman and G-Man, he once again heard the title of Shaman King. "Let's go." "Xiaohua, we're going in." Ziming naturally turned her head and took a glance. She patted her hand and took out the bone staff from the soul nest. She pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's hand, looked at Xiaohua with a smile, and began to chant. Following Ziming's witchcraft incantation, the bone staff began to emit a dark green brilliance. This brilliance became more and more dazzling in the Yellow Spring Palace. However, as time passed, the bone staff became heavy again. Moreover, a trace of dark red appeared on Ziming's face, as if it was quite strenuous. "Go!" Just when Xiaohua was a little worried, Ziming pointed the bone staff in her hand. The dark green brilliance rushed out of the bone staff and landed on a layer of skeletons. Swoosh! Like a great wave washing away sand, the green color dyed the white color, and the yellow spring instantly disappeared. At the same time, an oval burning with green flames suddenly appeared in the green color. Immediately after, the oval strangely stood upright and actually became a fire circle like a moon gate. Xiaohua, Ziming's face was clearly pale. She stretched out her hand to grab Xiaohua's hand and said with a forced smile, "The yellow spring gate has already opened. Are you willing to accompany this concubine to the 9 underworlds?" Xiaohua originally wanted to withdraw his hand, but looking at Ziming's slightly pale face, this face could not be compared to Fairy Hong Xia, and even more so, it could not be compared to Zhu Xia. However, the eyes on this face were extremely hot and did not lose out to anyone in the slightest. "Forget it, it's just this trip anyway." Xiaohua's hand paused for a moment, but in the end, he did not avoid it. Ziming held Xiaohua's hand, and the corner of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. Xiaohua could clearly see that there was actually an extremely deep dimple on Ziming's right cheek, and her smile was very sweet. Holding Xiaohua's hand, Ziming stretched out her left hand and pushed it forward. The fire circle suddenly rushed out a strong gust of netherworld wind, blowing towards the two of them. In an instant, Ziming's long hair was blown up, and a few strands of black hair also landed on Xiaohua's face. Whoosh! In just a moment, a dark green light barrier appeared in Ziming's hand, blocking all of the netherworld wind. Then, Ziming took a step forward and walked towards the yellow spring door. A strange scene appeared. As Ziming and Xiaohua held hands and disappeared from the fire circle that was as flat as a piece of paper, the fire circle suddenly exploded, and all of the jade flames scattered in all directions, igniting the entire yellow spring hall. When the two elders of the Jing Apple Village arrived, they looked at the jade flames all over the ground, and a helpless smile appeared on their faces. Xiaohua followed Ziming into the yellow spring door, and he only felt a flash of brilliance in front of his eyes. He did not feel any pressure of being teleported, and his entire surroundings were filled with a layer of dark green. "Xiaohua, close your eyes for a moment," Ziming said considerately. "The netherworld eye here is blocked by the green seal text talisman, and the brilliance of the green seal text can easily cause the naked eye to be unable to adapt. Moreover, it's best for cultivators not to release their divine sense, or it will be corroded by the netherworld wind." "Okay." Xiaohua obediently closed his eyes, and after a moment, he opened them. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes again, the green brilliance was no longer glaring. Seeing Xiaohua being so obedient, Ziming suddenly felt a kind of warmth in his heart. "These 6 are all the netherworld eye?" Xiaohua looked around and saw that he was standing on a stone step, and below the stone step, in a huge space, there were 6 circular deep holes that were enveloped by a dark green brilliance. These deep holes were arranged neatly, with 2 in a group and 3 in a triangular shape. The entire space was filled with the netherworld wind, and the dark green brilliance in the deep holes was like an eye that was being blown up. Above the eye, a brilliance overflowed, and it was indeed similar to a real eye. As expected of the name Netherworld, Xiaohua saw this, and could not help but praise. "Hee, Xiaohua, this is nothing," Ziming said with a smile. "If you see the existence inside the netherworld eye, you will definitely be flabbergasted, and your eyeballs will fall out." "Oh, really?" Xiaohua was surprised. "I don't really believe it." Just you wait." Ziming clapped his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped soul tool from the soul nest. He chanted another incantation, and the soul tool slowly expanded. Isn't this my Dao Sect's flying magic tool?" Seeing a flying boat similar to a boat being born, Xiaohua was indeed somewhat surprised. "Who said that only your Dao Sect has flying magic tools, and my Ming Mountain doesn't?" Ziming's eyes contained a smile, and he glanced at Xiaohua and said, "My Ming Mountain has many, and they are not inferior to your Dao Sect's methods. You will slowly come to know in the future." Speaking up to here, the corners of Ziming's mouth were secretly bitter. When the flying boat that could accommodate 2 people took shape, Ziming jumped in first and stretched out his hand. "Come, Xiaohua, I will let you see the magic of my Ming Mountain's flying boat, and the mystery of my Hutu stronghold's netherworld eye." Good, I want to ask for advice. Xiaohua had already experienced life and death in Ming, Shi's netherworld wind. Although he did not have the Phoenix celestial body now, he was not unfamiliar with the netherworld wind. He said with a smile, and also jumped in. However, before he could stand firm, Ziming's hand had already stretched out, as if he wanted to cherish every moment in the Yellow Springs Palace. Xiaohua saw that Ziming was already slightly shy, but he seemed to be used to it, and he sighed in his heart. After all, he had only treated Ziming as Zai before, and it was not easy for him to get used to it. Moreover, there are over 1 million of them. Is that true? Xiaohua was somewhat in disbelief. Hee, why would I lie to you? Ziming said with a smile. That's why your Dao sect cultivators are so narrow-minded. You always think that my Ming Mountain Soul Warriors are uncivilized and think of your Xiojin 3 kingdoms like sword cultivators. In fact, if we wanted to, how could you be our match? That might not be the case. Xiaohua immediately realized. Your Ming Mountain's iron corpses and copper corpses are many, but they are all dead objects and still need soul warriors to control them. And these soul warriors, I'm afraid they won't be easy opponents for my Dao sect cultivators. Moreover, my Dao sect's nascent soul stage and deity stage masters are all extremely powerful. I'm afraid you guys won't be easy to deal with. What my dear Xiao says makes sense. However, I've never thought of starting a war with the Dao sect, nor have I thought much about this. Hearing this, Xiaohua thought of another matter and asked, Ziming, when you drove the flying ship and waved the bone staff, the incantation should be a soul incantation, right? Yes, Ziming rolled her eyes and knew what Xiaohua wanted to ask. Does my dear Xiao also want to chant the soul incantation? Indeed, Xiaohua answered honestly. I've also cultivated soul arts for a few days, but no matter what, I can't chant the soul incantation. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Previously, in the soul refining cave, I've also asked Master Ma Qin. He's right. Dao is Xiao. It's better if you give up. Ziming knew that Xiaohua was unwilling to give up and said with a smile, this soul incantation can only be cast by the descendants of the 12 great gods using the power of their bloodline. You're a Dao sect cultivator, so it's better if you use magic arts. Xiaohua also laughed. Don't tell me. I can't even use soul threads to exert force? Oh. Looks like Master Ma Qin. He told Daoist Xiao a lot. Ziming nodded. Soul threads can indeed pronounce the incantation, but how can it be so simple? If it could, those swordsmen and cultivators who cultivate soul arts would have long been able to chant the real soul incantation. Oh, and there's no other way? Or perhaps I can also chant a soul incantation that isn't the real one? Xiaohua was delighted. Ziming shook her head. I don't know the method. Maybe I'll ask Elder Wu later. As for the soul incantation, it doesn't really use the power of the bloodline. Instead, it uses sword origin and true essence to activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the effect is similar, it's fundamentally different from my Ming Mountain soul arts. Speaking up to here, Ziming looked at the surrounding iron corpses and said with a frown, actually, when it comes to magic arts and soul arts, I've never been clear about them. Or rather, I admire the seniors of the Dao sect. My Ming Mountain's magic arts are inherited from the primordial era, passed down by the 20 great deities. They refine the soul, condense the bloodline, and walk the path of the 9 heavens. Although it's also borrowing the power of external objects, it's no small matter. It can affect the weather, but it's also because of this that the inheritance is getting thinner and thinner. There are fewer and fewer almighty figures who can move the clouds with a wave of their hand. The Dao sect's orthodoxy doesn't pay attention to this. Instead, it uses the body as a guide to cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using the power of the heavenly Dao to create one's own divine ability. These divine abilities may seem small, but they use a small amount of the body's strength every time. It won't consume the bloodline or life essence. Although the weather can't be compared to my soul arts, it's easy to cultivate and can use the limitless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Actually, as Taoist Xiao said just now, your nascent soul and deity transformation seniors can affect the situation. Although my Ming Mountain doesn't have as many soul warriors as your Tao sect, but just one of them is equivalent to several deity transformation cultivators, right? It's not impossible. That's right. Zi Ming is right. Xiao Hua has cultivated magic and soul arts, so he naturally knows the difference between the two. The Tao sect and Ming Mountain should have two different cultivation paths, just like sword cultivators, Buddhism, and Confucian cultivators. Although Ming Mountain soul arts are powerful and impossible to guard against, every time they're used, life and death are decided. But after all, it's greatly related to the bloodline. If Xiao Mao didn't have the pure bloodline of great god Shibai, he probably wouldn't even have a trace of soul energy. But that's not the case for my Tao sect. As long as one has the physique to cultivate, regardless of whether one has a bloodline or not, one can cultivate. Even Xiao Mao, who was born as a soul warrior of Ming Mountain, can smoothly cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Actually, there's so many cultivation paths in this world, just in line with the 3,000 great Daos, each with their own characteristics. Taoist Xiao really knows a lot. Zi Ming pursed his lips and praised again. You even know about Buddhism and Confucian cultivators. Since you know about Confucian cultivators, can't you see the difference between my Empress Earth Stockade and other places? Hearing this, Xiao Hua laughed and nodded. So that's how it is. Looks like Empress Earth Stockade also has the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. There are some Confucian cultivators in Ming Mountain. My Empress Earth Stockade also had a Confucian cultivator, G-Man, and Confucian cultivators were even popular in Ming Mountain for a period of time. I saw it in the Shaman Codex. At that time, some shamans called themselves Zhen, and G-Man called himself Ai Jia. They were all borrowed from Confucian cultivators. Oh, all the palaces in my Empress Earth Stockade were built according to the ancient books of Confucian cultivators. In addition, the names of my Empress Earth Stockade's descendants were also influenced at that time. Ziming said somewhat mysteriously. Also, this G-Man now also admires Confucian cultivators very much. Oh, those Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua's face lit up as he asked. At this moment, the flying boat suddenly stopped, as if it had stopped, and then it glided smoothly. The netherworld wind also weakened a lot. Oh, we're arriving so soon. This was the second time Zi Ming felt that time had passed too quickly, and then he said casually, what kind of ending can those Confucian cultivators have? Except for some ancient books, all their descendants either died or were integrated into the people of Ming Mountain. Ancient books? Xiao Hua's eyes began to turn. Don't even think about those ancient books. Ziming already understood Xiao Hua's greed. Looking at the iron corpses all around them, he said, those are all under G-Man's control. She treasures them very much. She won't give them to you. Of course, if... At this point, Ziming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of a tide gradually came from afar, and a smell of blood gradually became thicker. This is when Xiao Hua saw the iron corpses soaked in the thick blood, and there was a pitch-black fog in the blood. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. However, seeing Ziming's confident appearance, Xiao Hua's heart was also at ease. He knew that she must have some confidence. Whoosh! The flying boat flew in the blood sea for half a cup of tea's time. Suddenly, there was a sound of water. Xiao Huan consciously turned his head back. Seeing the source of the sound, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be stunned. He saw a group of monsters that looked like the surface of the water. On top of their heads was a rather large ghost face. This ghost face was very ferocious, with a sharp mouth and fangs. Xiao Hua had never seen such a thing before. Hee. Seeing Xiao Hua's shock, Ziming laughed. However, before she could finish laughing, several hundred small fish-like ghosts rushed to the left side of the flying boat. They surrounded the flying boat, and their small fangs began to devour the green brilliance. Go, Ziming berated. With a wave of the bone staff in her hand, the entire flying boat shone with green light and actually scared those small ghosts away. Then a group of huge, several hundred zhang, tall black shadows swam in front of the flying boat. On those black shadows, the strange ghost faces flickered slightly, and it looked like they were sneering at the flying boat. And following this huge black shadow, there were thousands of ghost and beast heads that leisurely floated about 10 zhang below it. After the time it took to finish a meal, Xiao Hua's jaw was about to fall off as he saw the strange situation and those grotesque and variegated beast heads and ghost heads appearing one by one in groups. That leisurely and contented appearance of those beasts and ghost heads, Xiao Hua's jaw was about to drop. At this moment, Xiao Hua finally understood the origin of the beast heads on the banners in front of the plaza in front of the Hall of the Underworld and the Netherworld Path. He also understood where the ghost heads that Ziming and the other soul warriors from the Hutu stronghold came from. Hee, Xiao Hua. These are the underworld beasts of the Netherworld Sea. If my cultivation is high enough, I can borrow their strength. Ziming looked at Xiao Hua's dazed expression and said with a smile. Just now, the underworld beast that devoured Mingyu is also from here. Of course. Ziming immediately understood Xiao Hua's meaning and said with a smile, that is the incarnation of Hutu, great god. Being summoned by the bloodline power of our Hutu stronghold and attracted by Mingyu's soul, that underworld beast can temporarily tear open the void and come to our Hutu stronghold. Then, after the void closes, it will return to the Netherworld Sea from the Netherworld Palace and the Netherworld Palace. Naturally, we can borrow the power of this underworld beast to find the Netherworld Sea in a short time. How long? Xiao Huan nodded and asked. Midnight. Ziming said with a smile. There is more than enough time. In a short while, we will find a passage, and there will be the Netherworld orchid there. Good. Xiao Hua's horizons were really broadened, but he suddenly realized something and asked in a low voice, if this underworld beast, which is called Hutu, great god's incarnation behind the Netherworld Sea, can be found after being attracted, then how did Ziyin take the 9 divine guards from here? A cold light flashed in Ziming's eyes, and he said with hatred, this is naturally G-Man's doing. Only she has the ability to communicate with the 9 divine guards in the Netherworld Sea, and only she can take the 9 divine guard from the Netherworld Sea. In order to let Ziyin kill me, she actually consumed her soul power and took the 9 divine guards before opening the Netherworld Passage. It seems that she already has the intention to kill me. Humph! If I didn't bring Xiao Lang and the others back, if I didn't have some prestige in the Hutu stronghold, I'm afraid this trip to the Netherworld. But thinking of this, Ziming was stunned again and said anxiously, oh no, I'm afraid we still fell into her trap. She has already set up a backup plan in the Netherworld Sea. Xiao Hua also understood. Quickly, let's go find the Netherworld orchid. Yes, I understand. Previously, Ziming's mind had been filled with the sweet feeling with Xiao Hua, and some of his vigilance had already faded. But at this time, he suddenly remembered that he was already in deep danger. As expected, the flying boat sped up. After a while, another big black object appeared in front of them. However, this thing was much bigger than all the nether beasts they had seen before. It was similar to the passage Xiao Hua had left in the beginning. It was a large stone cliff. The flying boat didn't stop and rushed towards the dark place, and in a moment, a slightly glowing passage appeared in front of Xiao Hua. However, this passage was different from the previous one. It was somewhat narrow, somewhat curved, and even filled with gravel, not smooth. It's here. Ziming urged the flying boat to rush into the passage, and then flew around in the passage. Looking at this passageway that seemed similar to an abandoned mineral vein, Xiao Hua understood that this was a naturally formed passageway in the Netherworld Sea. There might be some soulwood growing inside. The passageway that he and Ziming came down should have been created by the ancestors of the Hutu stronghold with the help of this naturally formed passageway. But if they found such a natural passage in this boundless and directionless Netherworld Sea, it wouldn't be easy, right? Seeing the flying boat flying around for a while, Ziming's face was a little ugly, and he muttered, "No, it should be here." "How?" Don't worry, Xiao Hua said comfortingly. While talking, a field of lush millet appeared in front of them. "No, I went the wrong way." Sweat oozed from the tip of Ziming's nose. "There are no millet in that place." "Then we'll look for it again." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "But should we also take away these millet seeds?" "Of course." Ziming thought for a moment and waved the bone staff. A green light flashed on the flying boat, and the millet seeds were collected in a moment. Then Ziming didn't stop at all, and the flying boat turned around and flew back. Luckily, Ziming still remembered. Seeing a fork in the road, Ziming didn't hesitate at all and always found the most correct direction. She actually found the blood pool in the passage in a shorter time than before. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be convinced. If he was driving the flying boat, he would have been lost long ago. Then, Ziming easily found the passage again, but when she flew into the passage, she hesitated. "What's wrong?" Xiao Hua's heart tightened, and he asked in a low voice, "Isn't it here?" "It seems it's not here." Ziming held Xiao Hua's hand, which was a little cold, and actually broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing Ziming's words, Xiao Hua instantly understood that Ziming was most likely also lost his way. Chapter 2895. Don't worry. What could Xiao Hua say? He could only force a smile and say, "If we can't find the Netherworld orchid, then forget it. At most, we won't let senior brother Li use the Netherworld mirror. Junior brother Zhao's matter is the most important." "Who?" Ziming took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "I understand. I will do my best." After saying that, the flying boat no longer flew inside. It retreated and flew in another direction. However, things went beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. After a few more times, the time Ziming took to find the passage gradually increased. It seemed that Ziming was no longer familiar with these places. Moreover, every time Ziming found a passage, she would only enter and then leave. Obviously, it was not the place she was looking for. Therefore, Xiao Hua's heart involuntarily gave birth to a bad feeling. Because Ziming was too stubborn, an unyielding expression appeared on her face. It's here. So it's here. I thought I went the wrong way." However, when Ziming found a passage, Ziming's words and joy scattered Xiao Hua's doubts. Xiao Hua must be worried, right? Ziming's face was obviously relaxed. Not worried. Ziming is much stronger than this Xiao. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Let's go quickly and return quickly. We have already wasted a lot of time." Ziming did not say anything more and urged the flying boat to rush into the passage. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Hua put the stone into his stomach, the situation changed dramatically. "No, wrong. This is not the place I found before." Ziming's face was red, and there was even some shame in her eyes. Seeing that Ziming was about to turn the flying boat around, Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "Don't worry. Why don't we search carefully? Maybe there will be?" "This." Ziming was a little embarrassed. "This passage is natural. If we go too deep, I will not be able to find my way back. Furthermore, not all of the tunnels had soul wood growing inside them. That Netherworld orchid is the only one I've seen after searching through many passages. Since we are here, let's look for it." Xiao Hua comforted. "Let's not go too deep." "All right." Ziming was somewhat unconvinced, but at this time, she was already impatient and had lost her previous calmness. She could only glance at Xiao Hua and urged the flying boat to fly into the passage. Sure enough, as Ziming had said, the walls of this passageway were made of solid rocks. The black-red color on the rocks was very bright. How could there be any soulwood? The two of them strolled around for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Ziming was impatient. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Xiaolang, I'm afraid there's nothing left here. I'll wait. All right. Xiaohuan knew that he was just blindly giving orders. It was already good that he was able to calm his mind for a while. He immediately agreed while he was ahead. Ziming forced a smile towards Xiaohua as he turned the airboat around and hurriedly turned it over. However, when Ziming flew past a few forks, an indescribable feeling suddenly arose from Xiaohua's heart. Wait, Xiaohua hastily ordered. What's wrong? Ziming was a little puzzled, but he stopped the flying boat in time. Over there. Xiaohua didn't use his eyes to look and instead pointed with his finger. Over there. Ziming looked at the fork that Xiaohua knew was not the one they had just passed. He couldn't help but hesitate. This Xiao feels that there's something very important there. It must be the Netherworld Orchid? Xiaohua had a feeling that it was extremely important, but he wasn't sure whether it was the Netherworld Orchid or not. All right. Ziming's face lit up with joy. He flew in the direction that Xiaohua pointed. However, the fork was extremely short. After flying for half a cup of tea, they reached the end. The inside of the passageway was bare. There was no soulwood at all. Not even a stalk of millet could be seen. It's still there. Xiaohua firmly pointed, but this time he was pointing at the stone wall. This. Ziming hesitated for a moment before urging the airboat to fly in the direction that was close to it. Under Xiaohua's finger, Ziming made 7 or 8 turns. Suddenly, a blood-red thing that was more than a foot long, had 9 sections, and looked like a bamboo. It was erected in a fork that was just big enough for the airboat to pass through. Netherworld bamboo, Ziming exclaimed in an incredulous tone. Here, how could there be Netherworld bamboo? What's so strange about it? Xiaohua frowned as he looked at the Netherworld bamboo. He really didn't understand why he had such a warning in his heart. Other than the Netherworld Orchid, which is an extremely low-level item that can grow in the Netherworld Sea, the others, such as this Netherworld Bamboo and the higher-level Netherworld Lotus, all grow in the Netherworld Sea. They can't leave the Netherworld Sea of blood. Ignore it. Let's take it first. Xiaohua urged. This is much stronger than the Netherworld Orchid. This time, we will definitely win. Indeed, Ziming laughed. I didn't expect Xiaolang's feeling to be right. With that, the flying boat once again emitted a green light, and like a sharp flying sword, it sucked the Netherworld bamboo into the flying boat. Ziming smiled as he held the Netherworld bamboo and looked at Xiaohua. However, what made Ziming feel strange was that Xiaohua's gaze did not fall on the soulwood in her hand, but instead looked at the roots of the Netherworld bamboo. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Ziming asked curiously. Xiaohua bit his lips and said in a low voice, This Xiao feels. This Netherworld bamboo's roots is very important to this Xiao. Oh, Ziming was only slightly surprised, but she immediately smiled and said, Then I will give this to you as well. With that, Ziming was about to wave the bone staff again. Don't worry. Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him. It's better for this Xiao to do it himself. You must not use your divine sense. Ziming was anxious. Xiaohua smiled and said, It's fine. Wouldn't it be fine if you put this Netherworld bamboo's roots into the flying boat's green light? All right. Ziming waved the bone staff and expanded the flying boat's green light, enveloping the remaining roots of the Netherworld bamboo within. Xiaohua cautiously waved his hand, and the roots of the Netherworld bamboo fell into his hand. After thinking for a bit, he carefully put the roots of the Netherworld bamboo into a storage bag. This thing, Ziming was a little surprised, but she only said a few words and urged the flying boat to return. Something's wrong. Xiaohua's face suddenly revealed a strange expression. He once again pointed forward and said, This Xiao feels. That thing is still in front. What? Ziming was completely confused. Other than the netherworld bamboo, she couldn't think of anything else worth paying attention to. Let's go take a look, Xiao Hua said with a smile. With the matter of the netherworld bamboo, he was still very confident in his senses. Perhaps the netherworld orchid was in front. All right. Hearing Xiao Hua's instructions, Ziming did not hesitate to urge the flying boat. It seemed that she had more confidence in Xiao Hua than herself. Naturally, Xiao Hua also slightly shook his head, but the little tail in his heart had long been raised to the sky. This netherworld bamboo was really interesting. Immediately after, Ziming urged the flying boat to fly for the time it took to eat a meal, but they didn't see any more netherworld orchids, but they collected some more millet seeds. Strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Not to mention, Ziming looked up at Xiao Hua with some concealment. Could it be that my senses are wrong? At this moment, Ziming's expression suddenly changed. Ziming, what's wrong? Xiao Hua stole a glance at Ziming, feeling a little embarrassed. Naturally, he noticed her expression, and his heart unconsciously thumped as he hurriedly asked. Ziming slightly bit her lips, her eyes flashing with a trace of fear and even a great deal of panic. Just now, when Xiao Hua was collecting the netherworld bamboo root, her hand slipped away from Xiao Hua's hand. Now, she was silently holding on to it, but when Ziming's expression changed greatly, her hand also stiffly slipped away from Xiao Hua's hand. What's wrong? Quickly tell me. Xiao Hua saw the situation and knew that it was not good, so he hurriedly asked, Xiao Hua, I'm lost. Ziming bit her lips until they turned white, and it was as pale as her face. She knew very well that losing her way in the netherworld sea was far more dangerous than losing her way in Meng Mountains. Hearing Ziming's words, Xiao Hua also sucked in a breath of cold air. This was what he was most afraid of. Moreover, he immediately understood that it was his blind guidance, especially when Ziming was a little excited after obtaining the netherworld bamboo. After flying for so long, she had long lost the way back. Can you find the way back? Xiao Hua asked tentatively. Or, when he spoke up to hear, Xiao Hua himself was greatly shocked. Earlier, Ziming had clearly said that the netherworld path was opened by the clone of the nether beast, Hutu, and there was a time limit. If they didn't return before midnight, then the netherworld path would be blocked. How would he and Ziming return to the nether spring hall? Earth escape? Xiao Hua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he looked at the surrounding passages, but then he shook his head. Nonsense, if the netherworld sea was below the Yellow Springs Palace, why would the netherworld beast be needed to open the passage? There must be some kind of spatial vein or something in the middle. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, took the initiative to reach out and hold Ziming's hand, and said, It's not your fault. It's all this Zhao's own initiative to point out the direction. If we had followed your previous guidance, there would have been no problem. Xiao Hua, it was rare for Xiao Hua to take the initiative to reach out his hand, and Ziming's face once again flushed red, and she said somewhat shyly, It's all my fault. Just now? Just now what? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Just now in the netherworld path, I softly prayed to the Hutu great god, if with Xiao Hua. At this point, Ziming's face was completely red, and she did not dare to continue. It seemed that she was somewhat different from the straightforward women of Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He already knew in his heart what Ziming wanted to say. Ziming hesitated and said, I did not expect that the Hutu great god really heard my words, but I did not expect that the Hutu great god would use this kind of method to realize my wish. Chapter 2896. That, although Xiao Hua was very touched in his heart, but, speaking of feelings, it didn't seem to be as profound as that of Huang Mengxiang in Tianmen Mountain. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's thoughts actually ran away. I really don't know how that little girl Huang Mengxiang is now. If she knew that I was buried in Meng Mountain, would she shed a tear? Just when Xiao Hua was a little distracted, The flying boat was still flying slowly. Ming suddenly cried out in joy. This is another passage under the netherworld, No, not that. But it's not far away. When I was training together, I came here before. Really? Xiao Hua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he said with some disbelief, Absolutely. Look, Ming pointed at a place and said, There are 2 marks. When Zai and I passed by here, we specially carved them. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua looked carefully along Ming's finger, there was indeed an arrow in the direction where the flying boat was heading. Zai, it's Zai, Ming said happily. Zai was afraid that we would get lost, so he gave us directions here. That's right, it's all thanks to Zai. Xiao Hua also smiled, but then the flying boat flew in Ming's memory for a while, and Xiao Hua was surprised again, because the flying boat's direction, although it was a little winding, was exactly the same as the direction he felt strange. Ming, who had escaped from the threat of death, was also very happy at this time. She looked at Xiao Hua a little coquettishly. Although she didn't say anything, her flower-like smile was full of charm. Xiao Lang. In the end, Ming still spoke. I'll take you back. Your so-called netherworld orchid, we don't want it anymore. I'm afraid that I'll get lost again. It doesn't matter. Xiao Hua shrugged, tilted his head, and said, The direction you're flying in is the same as the direction I thought. Maybe we'll meet the netherworld orchid in a while. Ming covered her mouth with the bone staff in her left hand and said in surprise, Xiao Lang, could it be that the perception just now is the way back? Oh, that's right. It seems that this is the fastest way back. As for whether there's the netherworld orchid or not, it's possible. Tisk, it's possible that it's the nether orchid. Xiao Hua curled his lips, extremely distrustful of himself. If I say that this is the way back that I found, then that's absolutely impossible. But it's true. Ming laughed. If we have the netherworld orchid, that would be even better. Unfortunately, even though Ming was looking carefully, Xiao Hua, who was beside him, couldn't find the nether orchid. After seeing a few forks in the road and seeing the blood pool, Ming still couldn't find the nether orchid. Done. Ming heaved a long sigh of relief, and then he pointed at the blood pool and said, Xiao Lang, once you enter the blood pool, you'll be able to return in less than 1,000 feet. This concubine remembers it clearly. Okay. Stop. Xiao Huan nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away from the blood pool. He casually looked at the fork in the road that he had just walked through. What he saw shocked him greatly. What happened? Although Ming and Xiao Hua were standing together, they were half a body in front of each other. Because of that, they were blocked by the black and red cliff, so they didn't see anything. When she took half a step back and looked again, she also turned pale with fright. This what's going on? Yes, it was impossible for Ming and Xiao Hua not to be surprised, because on the fork of the road, there were already more than 10 spirit warriors lying on the ground. The heads of these spirit warriors were all covered in blood. It was obvious that their brains had already been eaten. Are these the spirit warriors that came with us? Xiao Huan narrowed his eyes, and his gaze quickly swept through the entire tunnel as he asked this question. Should be. Ming naturally wasn't sure, but just as she was about to urge the airship to go check it out, a bubbling sound came from the blood pool in the distance. Ming suddenly turned around and looked at the blood pool. She saw that there were indeed countless bubbles surging within the blood pool. Moreover, as these bubbles came out, gusts of netherworld wind spiraled out and blew straight at the airship she was driving. The wind was extremely strong, and the airship was somewhat swaying. Not good. Go quickly. Suddenly, just as Ming was doing her best to maintain the airship, Xiao Hua's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted. Ming didn't understand, but when she heard Xiao Hua's order, she immediately pointed the bone staff in her hand. Regardless of the bumps, she was about to urge the airship to move. Boom! With a loud sound, Ming felt a strong force coming from above her head. The entire airship was like a meteor rushing into the tunnel. Clang, 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 the airship hit the tunnel. The green light was restrained, and the entire airship made a noise. Ziming was caught off guard, and her body lost balance. She even felt dizzy. Careful! Xiaohua's voice sounded in Ziming's ears. A strong force came from Xiaohua's hand and pulled Ziming back. Only now did Ziming clearly see that right above her head, on top of the airship, there was a tentacle that was several feet long. It was like a huge canopy, and it was slapping the green light above the airship. Moreover, that tentacle was growing out from the walls of the tunnel. This is... Ziming was shocked, but before she could ask, "Woo!" there was another strange sound of wind. From the left side of the airship, another tentacle suddenly stretched out and smashed towards the airship. Quick! Ziming encouraged herself in her heart, but that tentacle was extremely fast in the netherworld wind. Just as Ziming was about to dodge, the tentacle had already smashed into the airship. Boom! The entire airship was sent flying and hit the wall of the tunnel. Although Ziming was pulled by Xiaohua, the two of them were still balanced and were far from being battered and exhausted. However, the light on the airship was hit twice by the tentacle and hit the tunnel again. It was extremely dim. Ziming obviously didn't expect to be attacked here. She hurriedly waved the bone staff in her hand. The green light on the bone staff flashed, and it flew towards the airship. The airship suddenly shone brightly, wanting to protect the two of them again. Unfortunately, it only flashed for a moment. Rumble! There was another loud sound. A huge sphere rushed out from below the airship and directly hit the airship. Needless to say, the entire airship soared into the sky again and hit the wall of the tunnel. The entire light suddenly shrank to the size of a fist and fell on the tunnel. Xiaohua and Ziming's figures were revealed from the green light of the airship. There was a violent sound of cold water being poured into hot oil. The moment Xiaohua's figure was revealed, something came out from the light, protecting his body. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. When he looked down, it was the light protecting his body, being corroded by the netherworld wind. This was something he had never encountered in Mingxi before. The reason why Xiaohua was so calm was because he had the experience of escaping from Mingxi's netherworld wind. He felt that even the netherworld wind was just so. Although the netherworld sea was dangerous, as long as he and Ziming didn't go too deep, they wouldn't encounter any great danger. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter such a test right after he came out from the protection of the airship. If even the golden light protecting his body was corroded by the netherworld wind, then what about the others? No wonder the cultivators of Dao sect were so afraid of millions of Ming mountains. It really made sense. Looking at Ziming again, after her figure was revealed from the green light, her entire body was flashing with a green light. The light started flashing from her head and quickly passed through her entire body, protecting her within the green light. Ziming saw something strange about Xiaohua's body. That golden light was flashing. How could she not know that he was in danger? Roar! A deafening roar came from the direction of the blood pool in the distance. Just as Ziming cried out in shock, countless gusts of ghastly wind were swept up and rushed into the tunnel. Xiaohua raised his head and saw a monster of a few feet in size slowly walking out from the blood pool. The drops of netherworld water were like fist-sized blood droplets, dripping down from the monster's body. It was extremely bloody. Of course, as soon as these blood droplets left the monster, the surface layer immediately evaporated, turning into gusts of netherworld wind and rushing into the tunnel. The entire tunnel began to vibrate rapidly, producing an extremely ear-piercing sound of wind. Great God Hutu? Ziming also looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw that the monster had a human body, and that snake tail was slowly emerging from the blood pool, Ziming couldn't help but moan. She definitely didn't expect that the great god she worshipped would actually send out a clone to attack her. This shouldn't be the great god Hutu of Ming Mountains. Although Xiaohua was hastily thinking about how to solve the problem in front of him, he was also staring at the appearance of the monster. Seeing the monster coming out from the blood pool, he said indifferently, That's right. This is definitely not. After Ming recovered from her shock, she also saw clearly that the monster's human body looked similar from the side, but when a monster slightly turned its body, the outline of the human body had already disappeared. Especially the few peacock feather-like antennae on its back. Where did it look like the 7 hands of the great god Hutu? However, although Ming had already discovered the details of the monster, she didn't have time to think about it anymore. Her whole body suddenly floated up, throwing herself into Xiao Hua's arms. Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly startled, thinking that she was afraid. His left hand pulled her soft hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid." However, before he could finish speaking, Ming had already thrown herself into his arms. However, Ming wasn't facing him, but with her back facing Xiao Hua, she shouted, "Xiao Hua, quickly hug me." Moreover, Ming's other hand also brought Xiao Hua's hand to her waist, where her abdomen was. Soon after, that hand decisively broke free from Xiao Hua's hand. At this moment, Xiao Hua was hugging Ming from behind. He was very familiar with this posture. He was greatly puzzled. However, when he saw that the green light around Ming's body was also protecting him, and the sound of the golden light corroding his body was getting smaller and smaller, he finally understood Ming's painstaking efforts. Chapter 2897. Ming didn't have time to care about the ambiguity of this position, nor did she have time to explain to Xiao Hua. As soon as her hand left Xiao Hua's hand, she immediately patted the soul nest, and the soul tool that looked like a wizard token was taken out from the soul nest. Moreover, with a flash in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, the 9 divine guards that Ming had put into the soul nest were also released. Ming waved the wizard token without hesitation, and a few wisps of faint green light visible to the naked eye flashed. Then, she patted her hand, and the 9 divine guards pounced toward the nether beast along the passage. Ming's series of movements were extremely fast. The nether beast had just stepped out of the blood pool, and it hadn't even straightened its body. Go! Xiao Hua was alert in his heart. He grabbed Ming's slender waist with his hand and urged his magic power, and the 2 figures floated up. Boom! A tentacle that was exactly the same as the nether beast's tentacle struck out from the left side, where the 2 of them were standing just now. After hitting the place where Xiao Hua and Ming were standing just now, it suddenly disappeared. Xiao Hua, don't use too much magic power. Ming felt a burst of heat behind her back, and her heart was also jumping, but she still didn't forget to remind him. Okay. Xiao Hua looked around and said in a low voice, "This place isn't far from the passage down, right?" "Yes." Ming urged the 9 divine guards while answering. "In which direction?" Xiao Hua asked. Although Ming didn't answer Xiao Hua's question, she still pointed in a direction and said, "From the blood pool to that place." Before Ming finished speaking, Ming felt a burst of brilliance in front of her eyes. Her waist tightened, and her figure flew in the direction she knew, but then there was a loud bang. Everything disappeared again. Her figure also stopped at the side of the stone wall. "Xiao Hua, what are you doing?" Ming looked back with some confusion, and looked at Xiao Hua while rubbing her head awkwardly. Oh, right. Ming looked at the stone wall and suddenly realized something, and hurriedly said, "This stone wall is soaked in the nether blood, and the Dao Sec's 5 elements escape technique can't be used." Just as Ming said this, a loud roar came from the blood pool in the distance. The roars rose and fell one after another. The 9 divine guards had surrounded the nether beast and were also letting out unpleasant roars. 9 pairs of arms had stretched out and shrouded the nether beast in an indescribable, deathly stillness. The nether beast's body was trembling violently, as if the 9 divine guards were going to tear it apart. Roar! The underworld beast cried out in pain. Cracks had already appeared on its black leather armor, and traces of blood that looked like green liquid seeped out. Good, seeing that the 9 divine guards were so valiant. Xiao Hua's heart was also greatly relieved. Since the 9 divine guards were able to deal with the nether beast, he naturally didn't need to be too afraid. However, just as he finished praising, another tentacle suddenly emerged from the top of his head and slammed down. Not good. Xiao Hua's figure moved, and he secretly said in his heart, not good. Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua's figure dodged the tentacle, there was a loud bang, and the same tentacle stretched out from under the foot of a divine guard and suddenly grabbed the divine guard's waist. The divine guard's body was overflowing with green light, and the divine guard's stiff body was also violently struggling. Pung! With a loud bang, the divine guard's waist turned into 4 pieces, and the dark liquid also splashed a lot of the passage. This, although Xiao Hua had already perceived the power of the nether beast, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then pung pung, with a series of muffled sounds, several divine guards were killed by the tentacles that suddenly stretched out. The fragments flew everywhere, and the black liquid splashed everywhere. Go! Xiao Hua didn't dare to stay any longer and was about to fly away. Boom! Unfortunately, he had just moved when the nether beast actually knew his intentions. 2 tentacles stretched out from the stone wall and blocked in front of Xiao Hua. Ziming, come behind me. Xiao Hua loosened his grip and ordered Ziming. Okay. Ziming originally wanted to deal with the nether beast, but when he saw that 5 of the 9 divine guards had been lost in a moment, his face was incomparably pale. When he heard Xiao Hua's order, he had no choice but to respond. He turned around and leaned on Xiao Hua's back, reaching out and hugging Xiao Hua's waist. Let me show you the power of this young master. Xiao Hua roared and took out the wishful staff. With a bang, it hit the tentacle that had just stretched out. With a loud bang, the tentacle shattered, and a gust of netherworld wind was born from inside. Damn it, as expected. Xiao Hua's phoenix celestial body was made of netherworld wind, so naturally, he was not familiar with this thing. Go! Xiao Hua didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Regardless of the direction, he continued to fly towards the distance of the passage using the wind escape technique. Woo! Xiao Hua had just flown a few feet when a fierce wind came from behind his head. Xiao Hua was helpless. He slightly lifted the wishful staff in his hand, then raised it and smashed it in the direction of the wind. With a loud bang, a huge force that he had never encountered before came from the wishful staff. Xiao Hua's arm was sore, and his whole body was lifted above the passage. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. Before his figure stopped in midair, he saw a black shadow in front of him. The monster's figure was actually born from the rock wall, blocking the direction of Xiao Hua's escape. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly turned his head to look. Sure enough, the remaining 4 divine guards were smashed by the nether beast in an instant. The ground was in a mess, and the nether beast had disappeared. Buzz, buzz, 2 loud noises sounded, and 2 black shadows pressed in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Bang, bang, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the wishful staff again and blocked in front of his body. Although Xiao Hua had borrowed the force of the attack, the huge force hit Xiao Hua diagonally into the blood pool. Xiao Hua, rush into the blood pool. Maybe we can. While they were talking, an indescribable blood-red brilliance fell from the sky and hit the 2 of them. With a squeaking sound, Ziming's face was pale, and the green light also quickly faded. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly urged the Buddha Saraira to pour out the primordial true water, turning it into a thin layer to block the threatening netherworld wind. The green light on Ziming's body disappeared, and her face was very ugly. When her eyes swept over the primordial true water, she immediately noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly retracted her gaze. However, this primordial true water really blocked the netherworld water outside. Although outside, the netherworld wind was constantly rushing into the primordial true water, and the primordial true water was constantly bubbling and disappearing. It seemed that Xiao Hua had a lot of primordial true water, so there was no problem for the time being. Go! Xiao Hua once again whispered. He didn't know the consequences of the primordial true water entering the blood pool, but he knew that if he stayed here, he would not have a good end. Buzz, another tentacle really fast. Even with Xiao Hua's current cultivation, he couldn't figure out how it appeared. All of a sudden, it hit Xiao Hua's back. Boom! The primordial true water was hit and scattered. Xiao Hua's figure was also hit and lost his balance. He flipped a few times in the air and hit the stone wall heavily. Ziming, Xiao Hua, was a little dizzy and couldn't stabilize himself, so he immediately called out, "I'm fine." Ziming heard Xiao Hua's concern and was ecstatic. She hurriedly responded, "That tentacle avoided me and hit Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua was shocked and said involuntarily, "This nether beast." It turned out to be looking for Xiao Hua. Of course, Ziming also said involuntarily, "This nether beast has been worshipped by my Huda village for many years. I have never heard of it attacking a spirit warrior." Today, when Xiao Hua appeared, there was immediately such a change. Ziming, Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at another fork not far away. He patted her arm and said, "Quickly fly away. If I want to find Xiao Hua, you will be safe. Moreover, if you follow Xiao Hua, you will delay Xiao Hua's work." Okay. Ziming bit her lips slightly, knowing that what Xiao Hua said was true. Although she didn't want to leave Xiao Hua, she really couldn't help at all in the face of another beast. Immediately, Ziming urged her soul power to fly out of Xiao Hua's primordial true water and flew toward another passage in fear. Just as Xiao Hua thought, the nether beast didn't care about Ziming at all. The snake tail of several feet long waved again and attacked him with a strong wind. Good, Xiao Hua breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was the effect of Ziming's bloodline. He hurriedly raised the wishful steel rod in his hand and met it. Boom! The force was stronger than the tentacles. Xiao Hua's arms were sore and numb, and his whole body and mind flew out again. Kill! Xiao Hua finally reached the end of his strength. He put away the wishful steel rod and took out the sword gourd. The spirit execution Yuan light rushed out from it, cutting through the wind of the netherworld and heading toward the head of the nether beast. Shua, with a soft sound, the spirit execution Yuan light lightly swept over the head of the nether beast. However, the scene that Xiao Hua expected did not appear. Not only was there no blood splashing from the head of the beast, but it also did not fall. It was as if the spirit execution Yuan light had no effect on it. Yes, this nether beast is a dead thing, Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Presumably this spirit execution can't kill the nether beast. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the soul essence of the three-legged bird in the space. That day, it suddenly suppressed his soul. If the spirit execution Yuan light had the soul essence of this thing, he didn't know if it could kill the nether beast. It was a pity that Xiao Hua only had a flash of inspiration. Everything was no different from a flash in the pan. At this time, there was no other way except to escape toward the blood pool. Seeing that Xiao Hua had already reached the blood pool, he hesitated a little and was about to jump in, but suddenly an indescribable feeling came from the blood pool. This feeling had always been found by Xiao Hua and Ziming. When they saw the nether beast, Xiao Hua thought that it was the nether beast, but who would have thought that it was not the nether beast? Roar, just as Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment. Another beast roar came from the blood pool, but a tentacle of several feet in size rose from the blood pool again. This tentacle was not only completely similar to the tentacle of the nether beast, but could also roar by itself. Chapter 2898. Damn it, this nether beast. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the nether beast still had a hidden hand here. If he hadn't hesitated just now, he would have already been sent to the tentacle. However, before Xiao Hua's great shock could pass through his heart, the tentacle fell like a big tree, bringing a black shadow with it as it fell. A kind of coldness that made one's heart die was born around Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua's body was protected by the innate true water, The death aura passed through the innate true water and firmly suppressed the vitality in Xiao Hua's body. Buddha spiritual fire. Xiao Hua's heart was like dead ashes. He knew that he had fallen into a certain death situation today. If the last Buddha Sarira and spiritual fire were not effective, he was afraid that he would really die. However, Xiao Hua didn't dare to place his hopes on the Buddha Sarira. His cultivation was too shallow. At this time, the only thing he took out was this nether beast dessert. Perhaps it was only the spiritual fire. Seeing the black shadow fall, Xiao Hua's spiritual power seemed to be difficult to activate. Goldie, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly lit up again. He thought of Goldie that could suck souls. Wasn't that guy the nemesis of these nether beasts? Thinking, Xiao Hua hurriedly entered the space. However, after Goldie had sucked the devil general's soul, it had been sleeping. At this time, he couldn't wake it up at all. Come out for your mother. Xiao Hua didn't feel sorry for Goldie at this time. Your mother can't escape now, but you're still sleeping sweetly. As Xiao Hua dragged Goldie out of the space, a small figure suddenly blocked in front of Xiao Hua. Of course, Xiao Hua paid close attention to the nether beast's reaction. If there was any abnormality, he would immediately take Goldie into the space. Whoa! As if it was mournful, the nether beast's tentacle suddenly stopped. It seemed that there was something in front of it that it was extremely afraid of. Good. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. At this time, Goldie lazily opened its eyes. It seemed that the nether beast's tentacle was white. The tentacle was like a person being stung by a wasp and immediately retracted. However, before Xiao Hua's joy of escaping with his life could overflow in front of his chest, a black shadow flashed above his head like a black cloud. Roar! The nether beast from before appeared next to the tentacle again. The tentacle rose into the air and landed on the nether beast's back. The tentacle danced in the air and slowly curled up. The nether beast let out a loud roar. The two blood-red eyes on the strange beast's head flashed with a red light. A strong aura of death surged and pounced toward Xiao Wan. Goldie's body shivered, and its large tail wrapped around itself. It seemed to be cold, and its eyes narrowed again. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiao Hua already somewhat understood that Little Yellow should be the nemesis of these underworld beasts. It was probably because it was too small, or perhaps because it was in a deep sleep. These underworld beasts were afraid at first, but when they saw that Little Yellow was not a real threat, they began to fight back. When Xiao Hua saw the python-like tail whipping towards Little Huang at lightning speed, how could he dare to be careless? He hastily put Little Huang away and opened his mouth, preparing to spit out the last bit of spirit fire. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! There was a deafening tremor in the entire passage. No, the entire world was shaking violently. Not only was Xiao Hua's figure unable to stand in midair, but even the aggressive nether beast's entire figure was swaying, unable to stand steadily. Countless gravel and debris flew into the air. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of tremors, gravel flying out in succession, blood splashing out in succession, and a series of nether wind rushing into the air. Xiao Hua only felt that his entire field of vision was shaking. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Straight, straight, straight. A series of strange cries rang out amidst the rumbling, followed by the loud roars of the underworld beasts. Then, the entire space began to tremble and sway again. What's going on? Xiao Hua struggled to stand up and urged his magical power. He was really about to bring out the true water again. At this time, a warm body hugged him from behind, and his body flew into the air. Feeling a layer of faint green light protecting him, Xiao Huan naturally knew that it was Ziming. However, there was still gravel and blood splashing in front of him, and the hurricane continued. He couldn't see anything at all. After waiting for half a meal, Ziming brought him up to a high altitude. Only then did he see clearly that the previously intact passage and the incomparably sturdy rock walls had now been smashed apart. Not only was there no passage, even the blood pool had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a large nether blood sea. On this nether sea, the nether wind blew violently, and above the blood sea, near the rock wall, in the fierce wind, there were two nether beasts frantically fighting. One of the nether beasts was the one with the body of a beast and the tail of a snake, while the other was 10 feet long, like a huge ladybug. However, this ladybug had a lot of bone spurs on its back, and there were more than a dozen sharp claws under its body. At this time, the later nether beast was pouncing on the previous nether beast. Those dozens of sharp claws were crazily chopping on the nether beast's body, and pieces of pitch-black flesh with black threads were pulled out from the nether beast's body. The previous nether beast was also ferocious. The tentacles on its back also grabbed the opponent's body, and large pieces of flesh were also knocked off. In particular, the nether beast's tail, which was like a poisonous snake, now had a shiny barb at the tip of the tail. Every time it swung, it would pierce into the nether beast's body, and large pieces of flesh would also be shot off. However, what was even more strange was that although a lot of flesh and blood had fallen off the two nether beast bodies, where the flesh and blood fell, traces of black gas gushed out. The blood water of the surrounding nether sea rushed into the black gas, and new pieces of flesh and blood grew at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. These two nether beasts were flying on the nether sea. Sometimes they fell into the sea, and sometimes they rushed up the cliff, while blood splashed everywhere. The stone walls were like rotten stones under the tentacles, sharp claws, and snake tail. Large pieces of stone fell down, and every time a stone wall was hit, the entire space would shake violently. Hiss, seeing this earth-shattering battle, and seeing that many parts of the two nether beasts were beginning to reveal white bones, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew in his heart that even if he used his spiritual fire, it would be impossible to cause any fatal damage to these nether beasts. These two nether beasts seem to be the legendary undead nether beasts, right? Xiaolang. Ziming's face was also snow white. Where did these nether beasts come from? Why are they so powerful? If you don't know, how would I know? Xiaohua also whispered, and then asked, these two nether beasts, what are their names? I don't know. The previous nether beast. My Hutu village has always regarded it as the avatar of the Hutu god, and, looking at its appearance just now, it seemed to be afraid of my bloodline. As for the latter one, I have never seen it before. Ziming had obviously never seen such a vast battle, and her body, which was hugging Xiaohua's waist, was trembling slightly. Let's go quickly. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head, but just as he said half a sentence, he shut his mouth. Now, the entire space had been destroyed by these two nether beasts. Not to mention the passage, even the cracks had disappeared. All the nether wind that had been stimulated was circling in the space. Occasionally, some nether wind would leak out, but it was also extremely small cracks. With Xiao Hua's transformation technique, it would be difficult for him to pass through. What should we do? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and could only look to the left of the nether beasts that were fighting. It seems that if we want to escape, we can only go through the place where the two nether beasts are fighting and go through other passages. However, the two nether beasts were fighting fiercely, and flesh and stone fragments were flying continuously. Countless fierce death chi was crisscrossing in the space. How could the two of them pass through? Alas, nascent soul cultivators are just children. At this time, Xiaohua had seen the battle of the undead nether beasts and really looked down on the so-called nascent soul cultivators. This nether beast seems to be the enemy of that nether beast. Ziming also looked to the left, and seeing that there was no way, she whispered, otherwise, how can it help us? When Xiaohua heard this, his heart moved, and the previous warning sign seemed to have disappeared. Strange? Could it be that the warning sign came from this nether beast? But just when Xiaohua was puzzled in his heart, suddenly a faintly discernible sound of music came from the netherworld sea. This sound was extremely faint, but in this great battle that seemed to be able to destroy the world, it was extremely clear. A kind of joy that Xiao Hua had never felt before was born in his heart, and a kind of floating feeling was instantly born from Xiao Hua's body. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Xiao Hua felt that there was a burst of light and shadow in front of his eyes, and the whole world had changed, and he was also floating up. Xiao Hua didn't have time to check himself, but his gaze was attracted by the changes in the Netherworld Sea. In the depths of the Netherworld Sea, a huge black shadow was slowly floating over, and a blurry shadow was coiling around the black shadow. The beautiful music was coming from the black shadow. The two nether beasts that were fighting to the death a moment ago had already calmed down. One of them was swinging its snake tail, and countless ripples were rippling all over its body. Its body was trembling, and its body was slowly sinking into the Netherworld Sea, as if it was extremely afraid of the music, and as if it was doing its best to resist the music. The other nether beast was like a ladybug, and its body was flashing with a faint golden light. The golden light also turned into a powerful ripple in front of the nether beast. This golden light is somewhat familiar. When Xiao Hua saw this golden light, he felt that it was extremely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Just when Xiao Hua was feeling surprised, he suddenly saw that not far from where the two nether beasts were fighting, a soul warrior was walking out from a crack in the stone wall. His face had a look of infatuation as he stepped into the Netherworld Sea. As the soul warrior's figure fell into the Netherworld Sea, the flesh and blood of this soul warrior were rapidly shaved off, turning into a body of white bones. The soul of this old warrior then broke free from this body of flesh and blood and continued to walk towards the Netherworld Sea, in the direction where the music was coming from. Chapter 2899. Soon after, another 1, 2, 3. In just a moment, more than 10 spirit warriors rushed out of the crack one after another. Their faces were filled with infatuation as they threw themselves into the Netherworld Sea. One by one, their souls were born from their bodies. Xiao Hua was startled. Why am I seeing their souls? When they came out, why am I flying? At this moment, Xiao Hua came to his senses and hurriedly looked at himself. However, when he saw himself, he was even more shocked. At this moment, what was flying in the air was no longer Xiao Hua's physical body, but Xiao Hua's primordial spirit that had always been cultivating in the clear spirit heaven. This humanoid primordial spirit was now dancing slowly, as if it was in the clear spirit heaven. Countless soul strands were waving around like long sleeves. Even the primordial spirit of the little white dragon flew out beside Xiao Hua's primordial spirit and also danced. An extremely intoxicated feeling came from the dance. Xiao Hua had already come to his senses, but his primordial spirit was no longer under his control. It was being guided by the mysterious music and slowly flew over the Netherworld Sea. When Xiao Hua looked back, his physical body was standing in the same place as before. His body was emitting a faint golden light. This golden light was exactly the same as the one he saw on the body of the nether beast in the Netherworld Sea. Xiao Hua suddenly realized what was going on. Just now, when the music had played, he had been bewitched, just like the other soul warriors. But because of the golden light, his fleshly body hadn't been affected. However, there was a primordial spirit in his soul. This primordial spirit could not escape this music, so his mind actually escaped from his physical body and entered this primordial spirit. And this primordial spirit replaced his physical body. Like the souls of those spirit warriors, it flew towards the mysterious black shadow. Ziming. When Xiao Hua looked again, he found that Ziming was hugging his body, and his hand was wrapped around his waist. Although he could see Ziming's intoxicated expression from the side, and even his feet were moving, Xiao Hua still couldn't help but laugh. But Xiao Hua's physical body was majestic and unmoving, so Ziming naturally could not move either. Good, Xiao Hua cried out in relief. His heart relaxed slightly. A tentacle-like black shadow with a faint golden light stretched out from the netherworld sea and grabbed at Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. Clang, there was a metallic sound, and a sword-like brilliance flashed, cutting this black shadow in half. When the black shadow shrank back, Xiao Hua could clearly see that it was the nether beast that came later from the golden light. This underworld beast is really strange. Xiao Hua felt very strange in his heart. He tried his best to struggle, but this primordial spirit had no power to resist the music. It could only follow the souls of the spirit warriors and fly into the depths of the netherworld sea. Suddenly, the entire space was filled with light. A huge underworld beast flashing with an extremely enchanting red light floated out of the netherworld sea. This underworld beast was like a giant turtle, but it had a dozen thick feet that alternated in the bloodstains. On its back, which was like a small mountain, was an even stranger underworld beast. This underworld beast looked like a rabbit. It had 2 long ears and a blood-red body that was several feet long. However, on this blood-red body, there were dozens of wriggling blood tongues. The extremely beautiful sound was emitted from these blood tongues. The giant tortoise was very large, but its speed was also very fast. When Xiao Hua's primordial spirit flew into the netherworld sea, the tortoise was already in front of him. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit and many other souls swept across the netherworld sea. Many of the underworld beasts in the sea were attracted, but when they came in contact with this mysterious music, most of the underworld beasts were like the spirit warriors. Their heads were filled with intoxication as they slowly gathered on the surface of the sea. Only a few of them fought like the 2 underworld beasts. They seemed to want to escape, but no matter how hard they struggled, these underworld beasts couldn't escape. Swish, swish. Countless sounds like raindrops fell, like multicolored rays of light. Hundreds of tentacles flew out from the blood tongues of the underworld beast. Some of them fell into the netherworld sea. When these tentacles touched the underworld beasts, they immediately flew up as if they were weightless and were thrown into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. The souls of the spirit warriors were easily pulled by the tentacles and were swallowed into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. Seeing a tentacle grabbing his primordial spirit, Xiao Hua struggled with some unwillingness and tried his best to twist. The countless soul threads also wrapped around the tentacle. However, the strength of the tentacle was far from what Xiao Hua's primordial spirit could compare to. With a gentle pull, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit drew an arc in the air and fell into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. The soul of the little white dragon beside Xiao Hua seemed to have no power to resist and fell into the blood tongues with Xiao Hua. A huge, squirming blood-red hole was right in front of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. It was unfathomably deep. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit released all the soul threads, wanting to block this hole and not let his primordial spirit fall in. It was like a spider web. At this critical moment, the soul threads actually stuck to the blood-red hole and temporarily prevented the underworld beast from swallowing his primordial spirit. However, it was only a moment before the blood-red hole in Xiao Hua's primordial spirit looked like an enormous blood tongue. Boom! It smashed into Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. Squeak, squeak, a strange noise came out from the blood tongue. When the blood tongue rose, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit also rose along with it. Xiao Hua's soul threads were actually extremely sharp and firmly wrapped around the blood tongue. Moreover, faint lightning appeared on it, corroding the bloody tongue. Good, seeing that there was actually a trace of hope at the moment of despair. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He didn't know anything else, but Xiao Hua still knew how to dance his soul threads. He immediately gathered all the soul threads and wrapped them around the blood tongue while trembling. There was no need for Xiao Hua to do anything. The light purple lightning threads appeared naturally and quickly corroded the blood tongue. The corrosive pitch-black liquid seeped into the soul threads and fell on the primordial spirit bit by bit. It was not only Xiao Hua's side that had a great change. Just when Xiao Hua wrapped the soul threads around the blood tongue, Kacha, a thunderous roar came from the side, and at the same time, a dragon roar came from the soul of Little White Dragon. The dragon roar suddenly disrupted the music of the nether beasts. Those lost nether beasts woke up and fled into the depths of the netherworld sea. The two nether beasts that were fighting before also hurriedly scattered, diving into the depths of the netherworld sea and disappearing. Along with Little White Dragon's dragon roar, the lightning struck the blood tongue of the underworld beast, and a hole as thick as a bowl appeared on the body of the underworld beast. Meow meow, the rabbit-like underworld beast actually made a sound like a cat. While maintaining the music, it grabbed at Little White Dragon with several tentacles. Whoosh! Little White Dragon swung its dragon body and agilely dodged the tentacles. Like a sharp arrow, it rushed into the body of the underworld beast. Then, a loud kacha sound came from the underworld beast body. A bloody hole the size of a foot appeared from the underworld beast. Little White Dragon immediately rushed out of the underworld beast's body. The bloody hole seemed like it was about to close up, but the flashes of lightning and arcs of electricity lingered around the hole, preventing it from closing up. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was stuck by the blood tongue. As the body of the underworld beast trembled, the primordial spirit was also extremely bumpy. Xiao Hua's soul threads that had been hit by the lightning tribulation were now extremely hard and sharp. They cut the blood tongue and quickly corroded it. In just a moment, the blood tongue had become a bloody mess and had shrunk by more than 60%. Meow meow, the underworld beast seemed to be in great pain. It screamed wildly, and the brilliance of its whole body was bright again. The blood of the netherworld sea rushed up, as if to erase the lightning on the wound. Zizi, a few drops of blood of the underworld fell on Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. Above the primordial spirit, there were also traces of lightning. A few strange ghost heads flashed in the blood and then disappeared. Wisps of wind of the underworld were born. Roar, Little White Dragon roared again, and its figure rushed into the body of the underworld beast again. The underworld beast seemed to be unable to resist. After the sound of thunder, another bigger hole appeared. At this time, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit had completely corroded the blood tongue, and his entire primordial spirit regained its freedom. Meow meow, meow meow, the underworld beast screamed. The underworld turtle under it immediately changed direction and swam back to the depths of the netherworld sea. Xiao Hua? Little White Dragon's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's primordial spirit, very weak. I'm here, Xiao Hua replied in his mind. Okay, let's go back quickly. I can't hold on for long. How did you get to the netherworld sea? How did you encounter the sound mirage beast? If you and my primordial spirit hadn't gone through the 3 gold lightning tribulation before, I'm afraid only death would await us today. As Little White Dragon spoke, it used the dragon claws of its soul to grab Xiao Hua's primordial spirit and flew to the shore against the wind of the underworld. In the wind of the underworld, Little White Dragon's soul and Xiao Hua's primordial spirit both emitted a faint lightning. Seeing that Xiao Hua's body was still flashing with a faint golden light, and that the so-called beautiful music of the Sound Clan beast was still drifting in the air, Ziming's face was still filled with intoxication, but his feet were no longer moving forward with all their strength. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit rushed into the mysterious dark clouds and rushed into the clear spirit heaven. Following a burst of dizziness, Xiao Hua's mind returned to his body. Huff! Xiao Hua let out a long breath. Just as he was about to turn around, another huge rumbling sound came from above his head. Not good, netherworld path. Xiao Hua was shocked. Needless to say, the passage opened by the underworld beast must be closing. If he didn't leave now, he would really have to stay here. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else and hastily urged the wind escape technique. His figure suddenly rose. Following the wind of the underworld, he flew towards the crack that the soul warrior had just walked out of. Fortunately, Although Ming wasn't awake, the green light around her body was still there. Although the wind of the underworld was slowly corroding the green light, when Xiaohua arrived at the crack, it didn't completely melt the green light. Moreover, after the battle between the two undead underworld beasts and the attack of the Sound Clan beast, no underworld beast dared to rashly appear in this part of the Netherworld Sea. Xiaohua didn't encounter any danger when crossing this place. Chapter 2900. Io, isn't this Elder Ji-lan from the Jing Apple Stronghold? Xiaohua had just landed in front of the crack when he saw another elder with an intoxicated look on his face. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then picked Ming up from his back and pulled down her soul nest. He used his soul sense to send Ming into the soul nest, then placed the soul nest in his bosom. His other hand reached out to grab Elder Ji-lan's neck, and his figure rushed into the crack, flying towards the collapsed tunnel behind him. Outside the nether path in the plaza, all the palaces were shaking violently. Everyone, including G-Man from the Hutu stronghold, turned pale with fright. After a while, the trembling subsided. G-Man flew up and released her soul sense to check the source of the trembling. Rumble! Another trembling came. This time, the trembling was very clear. It came from the door behind her. Even the palace door was shaken to the point of collapsing. The palace of the underworld. G-Man's heart skipped a beat. Raising her head to look at the night sky, she was getting closer to Ming. Not good. Without another word, G-Man flew towards the door. The other soul warriors followed suit and swarmed into the palace of the underworld. By the time everyone arrived at the palace of the underworld, G-Man was already floating in the air. The skeletons that littered the palace of the underworld had already transformed into waves of blood. Waves of violent shockwaves could be felt from the inside, causing the entire palace of the underworld to shake violently. Hurry! G-Man was already waving the bone staff in her hand to open the door of the underworld. But when a soul warrior tried to pass through the door of the underworld, G-Man realized that the door of the underworld couldn't be passed through. G-Man, something must have happened inside. It must have affected the soul techniques and soul arrays. This door can't be used, an elder hurriedly reported. See, everyone was shocked. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia, who were the last to arrive, were even more shocked. I just don't know if we can come out from this door. G-Man stared at the oval that was filled with green flames, his eyes filled with confusion. Everyone stood there for a long while. The entire Netherworld Hall didn't stop for even a moment. The skeletons that had turned into blood waves were like the Netherworld Sea. Following the tremors, huge waves were set off. Even a Netherworld door was shaking nonstop. Not only were the flames flickering, even the oval door was expanding and shrinking unsteadily, faintly discernible. The gazes of the bystanders followed the flickering of the flame, but Fairy Hong Xia's heart was fluctuating along with it. Xiaohua went in hand with Ming. If the Yellow Springs Gate disappeared and Xiaohua couldn't come out, then how could Xiaohua still be alive? Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's faces were also filled with anxiety. Their gazes were fixed on the gates of the Netherworld, not daring to move in the slightest. Just as everyone was at a loss and feeling extremely anxious, the entire Yellow Spring Palace suddenly calmed down and became silent. Although the pool of blood in the Yellow Spring Palace was still red, it was cut off as it calmed down and no longer had any ripples. Furthermore, the gate of the Yellow Springs was glowing with a brilliant green light. What's going on now? Hutu Stockade's G-Man was alarmed. She probably thought that the calm wasn't necessarily a good thing. After the calm, there would definitely be a huge commotion. Following that, G-Man issued a series of orders. Hundreds of elders rushed into the sky and landed around the Yellow Spring Palace. Each of them held a bone staff in their hands as they waited for the huge phenomenon to happen. But out of everyone's expectations, as time passed, the pool of blood gradually turned back into skeletons. There was no longer any disturbance. This place was as silent as the wilderness for 100 years. Not even the slightest sound of wind could be heard. Only, everyone gradually understood that all the changes were in the past. All their expectations had fallen into the netherworld eye and were buried in the netherworld sea. Seeing the green flames of the gate of the yellow springs gradually dim, and the oval circle of light also slowly disappear, Fairy Hong Xia's heart was like dead ashes. Midnight had finally arrived. No one could delay time for even a moment. Suddenly, just when everyone thought that it was unlikely for a miracle to happen, the gate of the yellow springs, which only had an outline left, emitted a faint golden light. Just as the golden light appeared, a tall and thin figure rushed out from the golden light and stood proudly in mid-air of the Yellow Springs Palace. Phew! Seeing the familiar figure, although his face was covered by the golden light, Fairy Hong Xia couldn't help but let out a long sigh, and a smile bloomed on her face. As for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, after a moment of concern, they looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Xiao Hua was always able to do things that no one dared to imagine. He had also appeared at the last moment to keep everyone in suspense. After the golden light dissipated, Xiao Hua was also in a state of shock. He turned his head and looked at the gate of the Yellow Springs, which only had a 40% outline left. He felt extremely lucky in his heart. Even though it wasn't the last moment to escape, it was still a miracle that Xiao Hua had the ability to recognize directions. Being able to escape from such a complicated and damaged tunnel was truly a miracle. Boom! The entire Acheron Palace exploded. The dozens of elders who were scattered around the Acheron Palace stopped waving their soul weapons. The faint golden light from before wasn't a soul cultivator's soul technique, so how could they not be alarmed? Seeing that it was a human figure, and that the person who came out after the golden light was Xiao Hua, and that Xiao Hua was carrying two people in his hands, he stopped using his soul force. "Where's Ziyi?" G-Man of the Empress Earth Stronghold was shocked. Xiao Hua's golden light had completely blocked out his soul sense. This was one of the rarest situations G-Man had ever encountered. Moreover, when she clearly saw that the two people Xiao Hua was carrying were not Ziyi, a trace of grief flashed through her eyes as she hurriedly asked. Reporting to G-Man, Xiao Hua looked around and saw the whispering crowd, as well as Fairy Hong Xia and the rest from the Netherworld Hall. He lifted the two people in his hands and said solemnly, "This Xiao followed Midnight to the Netherworld to search for the Netherworld Orchid. However, we encountered a Netherworld beast. When he spoke until here, Xiao Hua's body swayed and fell from midair. He only stopped when he reached the bottom of the Yellow Spring Hall. When he raised his head again, his face was incomparably pale. What happened to Ziyi?" G-Man asked sternly. Xiao Hua waved his hand. One of them was Elder Jilan, and the other was a soul warrior whose name he didn't know. The intoxication on their faces had gradually faded away, and their eyes that had been staring into the distance were starting to clear up. Xiao Hua naturally knew that the two were about to wake up, so he tossed them to the two elders closest to him. Then he looked up and replied, "Z, of course he died in the Sea of Nether. Not only him, but all the other soul warriors have died as well. The only ones left are me and the two people I met when I was escaping." G-Man was confused. She wasn't sure if what Xiao Hua said was true or not, or if it was what Ming had planned. His death was far too sudden. This Xiao cough. I couldn't even protect myself in the first place. Truly, Xiao Hua coughed twice before smiling bitterly. This Xiao will be bold enough to ask G-Man for permission to go into closed-door training. Once this Xiao's injuries are healed, I'll be able to report to G-Man what happened. G-Man was anxious. She really wanted to pry open Xiao Hua's mouth. Xiao Hua had said so much, but she didn't want to hear a single word. I'd like G-Man to tell Ming. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and flew a few steps before looking up again. This Xiao wasn't able to protect Ziyi. I'll let Ming down. Phew! G-Man let out a sigh of relief. The anxiety on her face lessened as she nodded. This old one understands. Go into closed-door training. Ziming is taking care of the sacred beast in the ancestral hall. When tomorrow comes, this old one will send someone to inform her. This Xiao can't hold on any longer. I'll take my leave. Without another word, Xiao Hua turned around and flew away. Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao had already flown over. The two of them supported Xiao Hua from left and right, and Xiao Hua immediately collapsed in their hands. Looking at Xiao Hua and the other three flying away, G-Man glanced around and shouted, "Everyone, the Yellow Spring Grand Hall is under a strong attack. Use your soul spells to check the stability of the soul formation. Don't let the nether beast come to Meng Mountains through the crack." Yes, all the elders waved the bone staff in their hands. Streaks of green light were waved in an orderly manner as they began to check and repair the solar array. Guards, G-Man ordered again. Other than the necessary patrols, transfer all forces to the surroundings of the Yellow Springs Hall. Check carefully. Do not let any nether beasts escape from the eye of the netherworld. Yes, the group of spirit warriors also began to move. All forces were transferred to the surroundings of the Yellow Springs Hall. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao supported Xiao Hua out of the Yellow Springs Hall and hurriedly flew towards the quiet room from before. There were spirit warriors guarding the hall, but at this moment, they couldn't be bothered to lead the way. Fairy Hong Xia originally wanted to find someone to guide them, but Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped her. Nonsense. G-Man transferred all forces to the Yellow Springs Hall. It wasn't without ulterior motives. When Fairy Hong Xia heard Xiao Hua stop, she naturally came to her senses. She was too worried about Xiao Hua and was overjoyed by Xiao Hua's survival. Indeed, she didn't notice the conversation between Xiao Hua and G-Man, seeing a secluded place. Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and roughly looked around. Then he took out a soul nest from his chest and, with a shake of his hand, sent Ziming out. Ziming was the same as Elder Jilon. Previously, his face was filled with intoxication, but now he was much more sober. As soon as he came out of the soul nest, his face was immediately filled with incomparable fear. He hurriedly grabbed Xiao Hua's hand and looked around. When he saw that he was in Hutu's stronghold, the fear on his face lessened. He opened his mouth to ask Xiao Hua. Chapter 2901. Xiao Hua would not waste time and hurriedly said, "Ziming, you don't have much time. Moreover, you should be in the ancestral hall of your Huda village. Everything can be left for another day." Ziming suddenly woke up and looked at Fairy Hong Xia, who was staring at him coldly. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and nodded. "Thank you, young Master Xiao. I understand." Immediately after, he looked around and waved the bone staff in his hand. His figure floated up like a ghost and flew into the distance. When Ziming's figure completely disappeared, Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief. "Xiao Hua, what happened inside?" It has to be said that Fairy Hong Xia's heart was meticulous. Just from Ziming grabbing Xiao Hua's hand without hesitation, she immediately saw a lot of things. "Don't mention it." Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who were still protecting him, and said, "I almost couldn't get out. Damn it, I didn't expect. This Netherworld Palace really leads to the Netherworld Sea. I even met the undead underworld beast inside, and there were 3 of them. Undead underworld beast." Hearing this, the 3 of them were shocked. Fairy Hong Xia's thoughts of questioning immediately disappeared without trace. "Xiao Hua, are you injured?" Fairy Hong Xia hurriedly asked. "Sai, it's a long story. Senior brother, you should send me back. Looks like I have to go into seclusion for a while." Xiao Hua sighed and replied, "Okay." Li Zongbao replied without hesitation. Xiao Mao did not have any objections. Fairy Hong Xia had some questions she wanted to ask, but looking at Xiao Hua's dispirited state, it was too late to feel sorry for him. How could she blame him for nothing? Thus, Xiao Hua went into seclusion in the quiet room for more than 30 days. In fact, the so-called seclusion, Xiao Hua's heart was not calm. How could he really go into seclusion? What he was thinking about was the fight between the two undead underworld beasts. The fight between the two underworld beasts that exceeded Xiao Hua's imagination also exceeded his imagination. He would never have dreamed that the undead underworld beasts would fight in such a way. Even the netherworld sea could not corrode the rock wall, but under their tentacles, it was like a rotten rock. It seemed that even a spirit-severing cultivator might not have this kind of ability. Of course, putting aside the environment of the netherworld sea, the spirit-severing stage cultivator might not necessarily be unable to kill the undead underworld beast. However, this kind of undisguised attack, where he did not care about his own injuries, was truly an eye-opener for Xiao Hua. In addition, Xiao Hua still couldn't make up his mind about that inexplicable warning. He didn't know if it was because of him, or if it was because his golden light had attracted the attention of that ladyware-like underworld beast, or his actions had attracted the attention of that snake-tailed underworld beast. If his golden light caused trouble, Xiao Hua would be scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks. Although the golden light of that beetle-like underworld beast was familiar to Xiao Hua, and was similar to the golden light flickering around his body, he really couldn't find a reason to get close to that underworld beast. This undead underworld beast couldn't possibly fight to the death with the snake-tailed underworld beast just for him. However, if his vigilance came from that snake-tailed underworld beast, Xiao Hua had doubts. Didn't he just not bow down in the square? Then, that underworld beast hated him. It killed dozens of people just to find him. Although he didn't bow down, but what did it have to do with this snake-tailed underworld beast? Could it be that it was for the so-called face? Speaking of face, Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. The three kingdoms of cultivation often talked about the face of a nascent soul cultivator. But now that Xiao Hua had a nascent soul cultivation base, he never felt that face was worth anything. A face was not even worth a piece of low-grade spirit stone. Therefore, if that Hutu great god's avatar's underworld beast was focused on killing him, there was no reason at all. However, did underworld beasts talk about reasons? Naturally not. So Xiao Hua just thought about it and ignored it. Finally, he focused his attention on the changes in the soul strands. Speaking of the changes in the soul strands, Xiao Hua didn't notice it at all. However, after he threw away all his doubts and explained them, he suddenly discovered that his primordial spirit dancing in Qing Shun heaven seemed to be somewhat different. This difference was very strange and also very inexplicable. At this time, in Qing Shin heaven, in addition to the dancing figures of Xiao Hua and the little white dragon, there was also a kind of faintly discernible music. That music was very ethereal, faintly discernible. However, this music seemed to resound in the soul, making Xiao Hua unable to forget it for the rest of his life. When Xiao Hua was looking for the origin of the music, he discovered that this music was actually produced by the soul strands that killed the Sound Clam beast. Even the primordial spirit that was invaded by the blood of the Sound Clam beast was somewhat different. The dancing posture was completely different from before, with more madness and more wisdom. Regarding the previous changes, Xiao Hua could still remain indifferent. After all, he was also very knowledgeable. However, regarding the last change, he couldn't help but be shocked. This. Xiao Hua himself was incoherent. What was the biggest barrier for him to cultivate the soul technique? It was because the soul strands couldn't make sounds, because his throat couldn't make sounds. The sound of the throat was the power of the bloodline. Apart from the bloodline of the 12 great gods like Xiao Mao and Ziming, others couldn't make sounds. Although Xiao Hua obtained Master Qin Qin's soul strands to make sounds, he had never checked it, because using this sound method would consume life essence. This was something Xiao Hua couldn't agree to no matter what. Now, not only could the soul strands make sounds, even his primordial spirit had a great change. Could Xiao Hua remain calm? A kind of uncontrollable ecstasy spontaneously arose. This young master can finally use the green seal text. Finally, I can use the soul curse. Xiao Huan knew the formidable power of the green seal text, and also knew the strange effect of the soul curse. He could finally try some of the methods of the ancient great gods. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua calmed down. When he carefully checked again, he made a new discovery. The soul strand around Xiao Hua's primordial spirit were extremely numerous, almost filling the entire clear spirit heaven. Only a very small portion of these soul strands could make sounds. However, with the passage of time, this proportion gradually increased. Although the increase was still extremely slow, it was still increasing. It was only a matter of time before all the soul strands could make sounds. With the sound of music, the clear spirit heaven was clearly a lot more lively. Even the speed of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit's ascension was a lot faster than before. It seems that the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is not only about dancing, but also music. The two complemented each other to achieve the best results. Xiao Hua gradually understood. After looking at his own situation, Xiao Hua looked at Little White Dragon's soul. Following the sound of music, Little White Dragon naturally danced crazily like Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. However, Xiao Hua could clearly see that Little White Dragon was still a bit dimmer than before. Presumably, Little White Dragon had used a lot of energy to attack the Sound Clam Beast body. Moreover, Little White Dragon hadn't completely recovered last time, so it didn't let Xiao Hua disturb it. Now that it was forcibly pulled out of the mysterious dark clouds by the Sound Clam Beast, it had no choice but to fight the Sound Clam Beast with all its might. However, fortunately, although there was some energy loss, it wasn't fatal. It would slowly recover with quiet cultivation. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't disturb Little White Dragon. His mind withdrew from the clear spirit heaven and took out Master Qin Qin's soul nest. He took out the bone that recorded the green seal text sound soul technique. Just as he was about to look at it, his heart stirred. He put the bone aside and took out the root of the netherworld bamboo from his bosom. Looking at this 1-inch tall, fist-sized object that was wrapped in a layer of faint black strands, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and carefully looked at it. Then he released his mind and wrapped this object, slowly sending it into the space. His own mind also entered the space. He saw that the netherworld bamboo was very normal outside the space. The black strands came out from one end and entered from the other. However, just as his mind sent it into the space, the instant it touched the space, the netherworld bamboo suddenly disappeared. It disappeared in Xiao Hua's mind. Damn it! Why is it so strange? Could it be that the netherworld bamboo and the netherworld lotus were not sent into the space? Could it be that the netherworld objects can't enter the space? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled, but then he rejoiced. Fortunately, this young master has the experience of the disappearance of the netherworld lotus. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Zimming take the netherworld bamboo. I would have given it to him myself. Alas, this trip to the netherworld, I was in vain. Then, Xiao Hua's mind carefully searched the space again, but he couldn't find the netherworld bamboo. Only then did he come out of the space and began to comprehend the bone. Xiao Hua's meditation didn't matter, and several dozen days quickly passed. On this day, Xiao Hua's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Looking at the bone in his hand, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Sure enough, there isn't a single secret art in this world that is easy to comprehend. Even if you comprehend it, it is difficult to use it. Although Master Qin Qin's soul technique is not profound, but if you really want to practice it to understand it, it is really difficult. I originally thought that with this soul technique, I would be able to pronounce it, but I didn't expect that I would still need to learn the secret of pronouncing it. But now that I can pronounce it, I realize that the difficult part is still to come. The pronunciation of the green seal script is different from normal speech, because there are only 365 green seal script characters, When two green seal script characters are put together, they become a new syllable. When 3, 4, or even more green seal script characters are put together, they become a new syllable that is even more complicated. I must first learn the most basic green seal script characters. Then, I can add them one by one. For example, the green seal script characters of the cloud and rain technique. This green seal script is equivalent to a talisman. If I want to use this talisman, I have to use my soul thread to pronounce all the green seal script characters at the same time. This is also the reason why the cloud and rain talisman has the cloud and rain technique effect. Chapter 2902. However, there's a huge difference between the soul thread being able to speak and the soul thread being able to speak. It's like how a newborn baby can cry, but it's not something that can be done in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly lit up. Yes, the soul silk can speak. Isn't my primordial spirit like a child? Can the primordial spirit speak like a human? Previously, the soul silk was able to speak because it was stained with the mysterious juice of the sound clam beast. Isn't my primordial spirit also stained with that juice? Forget it, forget it. Don't let your imagination run wild. Immediately, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. I'd better practice the soul silk's pronunciation first. When the soul silk can produce the green seal text, then I'll think about the possibility of using the primordial spirit to chant the talisman. Then, Xiao Hua's mind entered the clear spirit heaven and used the secret method in his joints to temper the soul silk to produce the pronunciation. This secret method was indeed useful. When the soul silk swayed, some vague syllables were produced, and at the same time, some faint green light was suddenly produced. Xiao Hua knew that if the syllables were clear and correct, this green light should be able to produce the most basic 365 green seal text. Just as Xiao Hua was practicing in full swing, his heart suddenly moved. He urged the primordial spirit to continue practicing the pronunciation of the green seal text, but his mind left the mysterious dark cloud. Outside the main hall, where Xiao Hua was in seclusion, Ming, who was dressed in plain clothes, was standing at the door with a frown. Behind her, the attendant named Fu Lu was standing beside her with a bitter expression. At this time, Fu Lu was obviously much older, and his figure was somewhat stooped. Beside him were several attendants in the same attire. Some of them had followed Ming to the Sky Patrol City, and some had not. But their faces were as sad as Fu Lu's. Seeing Ming hesitating at the door for a moment and then turning to leave, pacing back and forth a few times before standing at the door hesitantly again, Fu Lu couldn't help but say, "Miss, you might as well knock on the door directly. Young Master Xiao has been in seclusion for so long, I think you should be fine. If you keep delaying like this, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. G-Man of the Jing Apple Village has urged you several times, and G-Man is also a little impatient. Don't be impatient." Ming simply didn't listen to Fu Lu finish speaking. He raised his hand and stopped Fu Lu from continuing. He replied indifferently, "When young Master Xiao came out of the Netherworld Eye, he was already heavily injured. Also, didn't you hear from Elder Jilan? There were actually 2 Netherworld beasts fighting in the Netherworld Sea. Young Master Xiao must have been affected. If he doesn't come out now, he must be at a critical juncture of healing. How can I disturb him? As for G-Man's side, I think I should go and beg him again." With a creaking sound, the tightly shut door of the palace opened in front of Ming's eyes. "Young Master Xiao." Ming was overjoyed and hurriedly looked up. When he saw Xiao Hua's smiling eyes and his usual expression, the big stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. However, she still asked, How are your injuries?" Xiao Hua walked out of the palace door and met everyone's gaze. He was originally smiling, but after seeing Fu Lu, his heart was slightly stunned. Because whether it was Fu Lu or the other guards beside him, their eyes didn't have the kind of joy that Ming had. There was more vigilance and hatred. Immediately, Xiao Hua understood, and a trace of helplessness emerged in his heart. But when he heard Ziming's question, saw Ziming's joy, and saw a small flower beside Ziming's black hair, his face became sad again, and he said in a low voice, "Hee, this Xiao is fine. It's just that this Xiao is useless, unable to protect Ziyi in the netherworld eye and let Ziyi fall into the mouth of the netherworld beast. Even his corpse can't be left behind. I'm really unworthy of Miss Ziming's great trust." Hearing Xiao Hua mention Ziyi, the joy on Ziming's face also hurriedly disappeared. She nodded very sadly and said, "Alas, life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in heaven. Perhaps this is Ziye's fate. This concubine believes that since you were able to save Jilon and Emohan from the netherworld eye, if you had even half a chance of saving Ziyi, you would have done it long ago." Indeed, Xiao Hua nodded slightly. The situation that day was very sudden. Young Master Xiao. The situation that day, Elder Jilon and Emohan have already reported to G-Man. Hearing Xiao Hua mention the situation that day, Ziming hurriedly said, "This concubine knows that it was indeed dangerous." However, what appeared later, according to G-Man's guess, should be the extremely rare sound clam beast of the netherworld sea. This sound clam beast's netherworld sound is extremely powerful. All people or netherworld beasts that hear the sound clam beast's netherworld sound will lose themselves, and their bodies will not be under their control. They will only move according to the sound clam beast's arrangements. Elder Jilon heard the netherworld sound when she was escaping and immediately lost her memory. She does not know anything that happened after that. At this time, G-Man has already roughly known everything that happened in the netherworld eye. She just does not know how Ziyi returned to the embrace of Hutu, great god, and also does not know how young Master Xiao escaped from the sound clam beast netherworld sound. Therefore, I ask young Master Xiao to think carefully and follow this concubine to report to Hutu Palace. And this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua understood Ziming's meaning and nodded. This Xiao's injuries are now very good, and I have already come out of seclusion. Naturally, I will report to G-Man. This old servant greets young Master Xiao. At this time, Fu Lu, who had been standing by, finally came forward to pay his respects. However, his posture was very forced, and his tone was also cold. Where was the respectful appearance? Fu Lu. Xiao Hua was very apologetic and cupped his hands in return. This Xiao is very sorry. No need to say these things. Fu Lu stood up and said coldly, "Mrs. already said that life and death are determined by fate. My family's young master saw young Master Xiao in Sky Patrol City that day and immediately treated young Master Xiao as a celestial being and tried his best to befriend him. Unfortunately, he did not expect that he was just planting a seed of disaster for himself." Fu Lu, Ziming's face was awkward, and she hurriedly scolded Fu Lu. Didn't young Master Xiao say that he has already done his best? If it was not for the fact that things were too sudden, he would definitely want to save Ziyi. Young Master Xiao can even save Emohan. Why can't he save Ziyi? Miss Ziming, Xiao Hua hurriedly said with a smile. "It's all right. Fu Lu is a loyal servant and is loyal to Ziyi. This Xiao will not care about his words. Loyal servant or not, this old man does not care." A trace of excitement appeared on Fu Lu's face. "This old man only knows that young Master Zai treats you with sincerity. When we were in Sky Patrol City, he gave you everything he had. You don't know the importance of those things at all. He has bet his life on you. He really wants to treat you as his only close friend in this life. Young Master Ziye's pain. Others may not know, but how can this old man not know?" As he said that, Fu Lu even glanced at Ziming. Ziming's face was extremely embarrassed, and there was even a trace of red. This old man does not dare to say these words, but if this old man does not say it now, when can I say it? Young Master Z has already returned to the embrace of Hutu, great god, and there will no longer be a trace of him in Hotu's stronghold. Perhaps people will still remember Ziyi these days, but what about 10 years later? Within 100 years? This old man is afraid that I will not be able to live past 10 years. By that time, who will still know that Ziyi once lived in Hotu's stronghold? Ziming bit her lips, wanting to stop him, but Xiaohua shook his head slightly, indicating that she should not say anything. Fu Lu also went all out and said, "This old man will not speak of young Master Ziye's pain. He will not tell this old man, nor will he tell anyone else. He can only bury it in his heart." Ever since he returned from Sky Patrol City, young Master Ziyi would mention young Master Xiao from time to time. He was very envious of young Master Zhao's carefreeness, calmness, and magnanimity. He once said that if he could cultivate like young Master Xiao and stand proudly on Dawn Rain Continent with young Master Xiao, his life would not be in vain. This old man knows that he may not be doing this because of young Master Zhao's magnanimity, but because he wants to unload the burden on his shoulders and avoid some inevitable suspicion. He did not expect that young Master Xiao would return to Hotu's stronghold, and even this old servant absolutely did not expect that. Young Master Ziyi, you must be wild with joy. However, young Master did not expect that meeting young Master Xiao was not only not his greatest joy, but also his greatest misfortune. Young Master was serving the sacred beast in the ancestral hall and could still live an ignoble life, but meeting young Master Xiao, even if he could not live, he could not. Ziming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Previously in the Netherworld Path, she had said some of her inner thoughts. After all, it was pitch black, so it was not considered embarrassing. But now, in front of so many people, although Xiao Hua did not speak, there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he must have thought of the words from before and the matter from before. Ziming's face gradually became hot. "Fu Lu, actually, Z may not be like what you said, young Master Xiao." Ziming bit her lips and said softly, "Young miss, although you and young Master Ziyi are twin siblings, you are not Ziyi after all. How do you know what Ziyi is thinking?" Fu Lu's neck stiffened, and he retorted, "Young miss spent more time with Ziyi in the beginning, but later on, for the soul falling lamp, you were always running around outside. So how could you spend more time with Ziyi? This old servant has always served young Master, so of course, I know more about Ziyi's thoughts than young miss. Besides, if not for young Master Zhao's arrival, if not for young Master Zhao's matter, why would young Master Ziyi accompany him into the Netherworld Eye?" The two young masters were clearly met by young Miss Ziming, and it was also young Miss Ziming who accompanied them to Hotu Stronghold. But why was it young Master Ziyi who entered the Netherworld Eye? If not for his previous acquaintance with young Master Xiao, why would young Master risk his life? Sometimes, this old servant would struggle in his heart. This young Master Xiao, did he really meet young Master Ziyi in Sky Patrol City? Otherwise, why would young Master Xiao be able to rescue Mo Han and Jilan, but not young Master Zai who was right beside him? Fu Lu's face was flushed red as he spoke. Clearly, he was extremely agitated. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.